Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? I'm doing all right. Jimmy Shill is big mad again. Yeah. Somebody was sending me all his tweets last night. What is SLD? Tully's Jabroni's has similar this is to GME and Jan 21. It's pretty similar. Early. Maybe like closer to like end of December, middle of December 2021, but yeah. Yeah, I survived the night. Ding ding. Markets are open. The fudge, short and distort were strong. Yeah, they were. So GME has a obscene amount of negative or positive arbitrage this morning, which should prompt selling, although there doesn't appear to be a lot of liquidity in the pre-market, so that's going to be interesting. I don't have a way of measuring arbitrage on Bobby yet, but I imagine there's going to be some volatility here. What else? Spy. Trying to come back a little bit. Probably be watching that moment at least. I have some zero DTEs there. Nope. Good. Be there. There we go. Spot had some kind of weird. Well, there was some weird behavior with futures overnight. Like the forward contract on VIX gapped up like $3 or $4. It's gonna be kind of an interesting day. When do you expect SLD to hit the hardest? It can hit anytime between now and Monday morning. Does SSR have any impact? No. What price are you looking at to re-enter Bobby for Opex? I don't know. We'll see. I think we're gonna find some strength and some stability here at the $20 mark, regardless of the news. Um, they definitely had a significant interest in trying to get the price of BBBY down below $20 this morning, right? Because that's the like kind of like the spot price for all that gamma exposure from Tuesday. So yeah, we'll see. Today could still be pretty fucking exciting, honestly. And there's an obscene amount of gamma exposure from Tuesday. With no down movement on the SPY, how long will you hold your 824 puts? I don't have any 824 puts. I have 819, like a couple that I bought yesterday to hedge the to cover the drop from the top. And then I have 826 and 916. The 826s, if I don't see any downward price movement by Friday mid-afternoon, I'll probably be out of them. The further dated stuff, like the September stuff, I'm willing to wait probably through next week. Although, not a big fan of it. I may just roll it forward to October and wait for like the balance sheet actions from the Fed on the 1st. RC signs or whatever the fuck. Yeah, so what? Options chain on Newegg is really weird. Are you playing Newegg? Hold a $6 strike for a quarter of a $9 strike. That's probably just like really wide. Like just because it's a quarter, like you filled it a quarter, doesn't mean you'll get a fill that cheap on the nine or that cheap on the $9. Probably just like weird spreads. Rev or Bobby, you were like you were saying was like early GME. Revlon, because of the way the FTDs are compounding. We don't really know how Bobby's FTDs are ramping up right now. We'll need to see like at least one FTD report from this price action, which won't come until the beginning of September. I haven't been able to keep up on stuff lately as much as normal. What was the rough timeline you expect on the Revlon play? I expect it to have like increased exposure into the beginning of next week. And then after that, probably like a 2 to 3 week period of stagnation before the next set of FTDs start rolling in. The more interest that picks up in it, the more FTD obligations there will be. People are calling that hit piece suspiciously early, but wouldn't somebody with enough knowledge about required disclosures from 10% holders be able to anticipate such a filing? Yes. I hope you're excited for chat today. Welcome to Billionaire. OJR, thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Fubo, I'm gonna wait till it falls, or try to wait till it falls back into the price range I was hoping to buy it at. I might sell some like CSPs for tonight. Maybe not. Hold on. Fubo's tricky. If the price will go up. Or is it 450? So bad. Calls. Fubo might do a thing today. It's got some T+2 stuff going on. Go 10 more of these. Hype for Revs FTDs today. How are Revs FTDs today? Let me look. I am starting to get like sick as fuck. Today's 1.2 million FTDs today. Nothing super crazy. Yeah. Already posted the GN 1978, GM 350, DN 1145, put call reversal 1676. All right. Oh, yeah. The forward contract for VIX futures, the September contract, gapped up like $4 last night to 25, which is cool. Hopefully we start to see some more movement on the VIX soon. The VIX index this morning just peaking over $20. Oh, that reminds me. Let me post the Greek neutrals on the screen. Um, Bobby Spy inversing makes me happy. I don't know if they're inversing. They're relatively the same. Let's see. Pontiff only chat for today. Target buy price on Rev 650. No. I currently my shares are at 44, 46. And then I think if I get assigned, those will be like 480. 446 and 480 if I get assigned on my cash secure puts. So below 5 ideal. Definitely don't want to buy it at 6. I'd probably be less interested in it at $6. Ew. You're gonna buy it and hold shares or options? I don't think options are bad, but you probably want much further dated ones. Like I bought leaps. I bought Jan 23 $5 and Jan 24 10s. The $10 strike. You could, for Jan 24, you could theoretically go even more out of the money. I just, I don't know. I don't love it, I guess. The OI is decent though. I can't really complain there. I like the 5s because I can use them to sell naked calls or the 550s. And offset like theta decay. If the price moves up. What's your 35C rev cost basis? It's like around $1, I think, for all the contracts I have right now. I averaged up a little on these other ones. Let me look. Like $1.07 on these. And then I think these are 105. So like as close to 100 as I can get. I'll be sure not looking at the next forward contract starting higher than the one that just expired. It was a September continuous. So no. Is BBBY a good buy at $19? um, I once would have said yes. I'm just worried that SLD is gonna kind of smack it hard. Hmm. That one looks interesting. GME coming down. And there's no volume on the SPY today. 4 million volume traded on the SPY? Holy shit. Dude, I feel like they're gonna crash the fucking market. Yesterday was the VIX expiration too. What's your prediction for a low on Bobby given SLD? It could fall back to the $10 range. I don't like saying that, but I mean below 20 it could. That's where that next like big pile of leap positions is. You say crash, you mean like an actual crash? Dude, the spies traded 4.6 million volume like 21 minutes into market open. Maybe, yeah. Stock market's dead. No one sold anything. They just aren't buying anything either. It's getting weird. Did they crush Bobby Gex? Yes. Yeah. Opening up below 20 kills the gamma exposure. Actually, getting it below 20 last night probably killed the gamma exposure more so than this morning, but yeah. Because an easy way to do this without like a lot of data or information is kind of just look like where your spot price is, right? So like that T plus 2, right? T plus 1 plus 1 was here. So this is where our gamma exposure is coming from. This is where it closed. Right? This is where we're trading now. If we'd stayed in these upper levels, right, like that would have had to have been hedged. Interestingly, though, our like long-term trend remains moderately unbroken. If you go, I gotta go a little further back than that, but if you start from like down here, it's not that terrible. Especially if we stabilize in this range. But yeah, they've really neutered gamma exposure for today. And probably into Friday. So we'll likely see a decline into the end of the week, unfortunately. No, there's no way to know when it's completed. We just know the time frame in which it must be completed by, right? Any significant GME FTDs? No. No GME FTDs. We have Opex coming up, but we'll see. GME, I think the GME's price. So the gamma flip point's now at 37, which is much more attainable. But yeah, I'd like to see GME fall below the gamma flip point before I was convinced of any potential for upside next week. Did you get out of your calls? Yeah. Not my 5s and 10s. I kept those, which I hope isn't stupid. But the more speculative, like the $30 and $35 calls, I closed. The 30s I closed yesterday at a profit. The 35s I closed today at like a 50% loss. SLD must be completed by Monday morning at opening bell. Like all orders must be placed by Monday morning, or all deposits made. I'd be fine if they held us under 20 until next week, at least for my personal position. Yeah, I mean, obviously a drop off could save a lot of positions that are underwater right now. Possibly people that sold covered calls at 20. And we're very concerned about, not being able to get those back. It's not necessarily a bad thing for a lot of longs, right? Remember that they got themselves in this situation in the first place by dropping the price too low. Thoughts on MindMed? Oh god, no. I hate it. No, not Rev. My like September BBBY calls. Bobby's stabilizing a little bit here. Good opportunity to reposition. Yeah, I think so. I'd maybe wait for IV to crush a little more. It's crushed quite a bit, but I'd wait for it to crush a little more. Did you not like my super chat? I probably didn't see it, GEC. Sorry. Why is the Rev November 18th $13 strike cheaper than the rest of the chain? All's 13. Is it? The mid's 918. It might have been mispriced for a second. Like last it sold at 945. Wait, no, this is Bobby. Sorry. I'm looking at the wrong fucking stock. Um Rev 13. 0.5. Oh, there's just like no volume being traded on it. Yeah, it's not cheaper. The bid is cheaper because no one wants to buy it. But like the ask is at $4.60. Like, so yeah, not cheap. Also just really illiquid. Also 2 million volumes so far. Bullish or bearish or neither. It's pretty bearish. It's very weird that there's so little volume today. It's a Thursday. I mean, you have this like low liquidity period that occurs during the summer anyway, but this is ridiculous. Spy drier than my girlfriend. What are your thoughts on GME Opex? Are you bearish like Ginger Balls? Not as bearish, but we kind of are looking at different facets of what causes Opex, right? He's more focused on like the market maker deleveraging side, and I'm more focused on like the obligations due to ETFs because of GameStop's illiquidity. So I still think, we have ETF obligations, but we don't have both, right? Like we don't have a big negative delta hedge to help kind of catalyze our price movement. And without that, you can end up with the ETFs kind of slow covering their obligations because they have no pressure working against them. So normally, you see that surge of market maker buying, and that prompts the ETFs to pile in, and then we get this big volumetric run. But without both halves of that equation, you don't get a lot, right? Like you'll get covering, but it's not going to be crazy, which kind of leads to more of like a NOPEX type scenario, right? We're also not seeing the borrow rate go up right now, which isn't ideal. Like ideally, we'd be getting shorted very hard right now and seeing the borrow rate spike. That would be like the perfect setup. Like large amounts of in the money puts being bought, borrow rate increasing, and price of GME being driven down rapidly. And we're not getting any of those, so that's not ideal. We'll see. I mean, BBBY 916's too early now. First day of forced settlement from reg shows on 9/2. So 916s could be a little early. Maybe not ideal. No, I didn't close my I closed my $30 Rev Leaps like 3 days ago. I didn't close my 35s. I was talking about BBBY, not Revlon. And my leaps on BBBY are still open. What do you feel about Cohen's news? Is the squeeze off the table? If you read my daily DD, which is linked at the top, I kind of cover my thoughts on Cohen's moves. I don't think it's really that complex, right? In order to get out of debt, BBBY is going to have to move forward with a dilution at some point. If Cohen knows that, right, he's not going to want to be able to, he's not going to want to be unable to sell his options contracts. And he's also not going to want to double down on his position until that dilution has gone through, right? So by granting himself the right to sell those contracts, you know, he can sell them when the price peaks, right? Obviously his announcement crushed the price, so, and he would know that's going to happen. I don't think he gives a shit now that it's on Reg Show. But you know, that would give him the opportunity to sell those, wait for dilution, and then use the capital to buy back in and double down after the dilution occurs. Which you know, Bobby kind of confirms a little bit in this morning's like 8K, like their follow up. You know, they are still working with Cohen. They said they were working with Cohen at the shareholders meeting as well. So and you know, they're supposed to be announcing a plan at the end of this month. I don't think anything's changed there. I definitely don't think he's going to drop off his primary shareholding position. And that position likely subject to the short swing trade rule. So, or the short swing rule. So because he's exercised his right to vote those shares in 2 shareholder meetings since he became, fucking, sorry, I'm like just slow today. Yeah, so okay, that's correct. Yeah, um as of April 26th, he's been considered an insider. Yeah. Well, I wanted to check the date. So yeah, as of April, so he's voted his shares at least once since becoming an insider, which should make him. That's kind of the purpose of the short swing rule, is to prevent people with insider knowledge from swing selling the stock, right? And using that insider knowledge to profit. So yeah, I think his shares are subject to that. His options are not. So I think he's kept the filing, and he's going to keep the filing in place to reserve his right to sell his options contract. Which, you know, yesterday we're trading at what, 5 or 6x what he bought them for. Ugh. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ. I have a temperature of like 1 or 2.7. Yeah, I just took some Dayquil. 21.50 DC. Best to exercise or just close? I love what you do in your calves. They make money for us all. Are you talking about on Bobby? You're gonna exercise and out of the money call? Oh, 2150 put. Up to you. No, my assignment. Fuck. Anyone else here holding Bobby 20 plus? Probably, but most of the people here were buying it at like 5. Not that we didn't buy it at 20 plus initially, we just averaged it down. No, I took some Tylenol. Yeah, I did a COVID test. A couple of them. That's high. It's not low. You pull up the chart of your body temperature and do some TA on it. No, it's not COVID. I have my test results somewhere. I don't remember what it was. Uh, Picornavirus? 98% rhinovirus, coronavirus, something. So it's like a cold, viral pneumonia, testicular cancer. Kirk's body type had a rounded bottom breakout. I'll be okay. So Gex on Bobby is dead. Yes. Internalization is still really high. Rhinopox? What do you think about GME 45C September 2nd? Because expected BBBY announcement end of month. Why the fuck would you buy calls on GameStop because of a BBBY announcement? Right? DPI increasing on Bobby. So you can see a run tomorrow like last Friday or just hopium? Possibly. I mean, they're going to have to dump internalization at some point. I know I'm a paper-handed bitch, but I hope you feel better. I love you, man. Thanks, Double Down. It's all good. Would you want to average up shares? If so, why? Average up my BBBY shares? Fuck no. They're already more expensive than I want them to be. No, RC probably didn't sell, but he's gonna want to retain the right to sell his options now that he's a beneficial owner. Why would he sell his shares and not his options? Like I said, I'm pretty sure his shares are subject to the short swing rule. So the short swing rule, after becoming an insider, since he voted his shares, if he sells them for a profit, he would lose those profits. Like he becomes liable to the company for the profits made. It's like a civil case, but they can sue him for it. Is Fubo dead? Everything's a little bit dead today. Except the fucking SPY. If anyone feels bad, just know that my cost basis on Bobby is $28. Why the fuck didn't you take profits when it was trading at 30 if you're that deep underwater? Cost basis on BBBY is 13. Wish I'd bought more sub 7. I bought quite a lot sub 7, and my cost basis is still like $12. Good entry into T-Doc. 35 or less. You need time on that one though. It's not like a quick mover. It's not like an Opex play. I took 30K profits, but I'm now down 20K. Fucking Christ. Yeah, I know. The spy's breaking down, but it's not breaking down very quickly, right? If anyone's looking for me, I'll be in denial. Okay. How do you know how much is being internalized? We don't exactly, but higher amounts of internalization lead to higher amounts of dark pool utilization, right? And so as dark pool utilization drives up, it implies that internalization is also going up. And then when dark pool utilization drops rapidly, we generally see a large increase in price because they're internalizing buy side. Utilization on BBBY is almost at like 60%. If your weekly cover calls are up 70 to 90%, sell them now. You mean buy them back? Are you looking for some ups today on Fubo? Maybe. Fubo looks interesting, I'll say that much. Maybe not today, it could be a couple days, but I'm mostly looking for ups on it over the next year, but I put a little bit into a more speculative position. I wish I had a better grasp on when to sell and take my profits when you're up, generally speaking. This whole Bobby saga, I've been taking profits and transferring them to my bank. I'm up 30K total over the last 2 weeks on my bank account. Port is back at 20K value because PDT makes me tingle. Is Rev gonna pop above 10 today, tomorrow? It's like moving up a little now, down. Doesn't look like it. Let me take a look. I think Rev's gonna probably push down more today. I don't know. It could pop. There's some like pressure on it. There's a decent amount of FTDs due today. You just gotta watch it. I wouldn't try to play like weeklies on Revlon to try to capture these FTD moves. They're not gonna be that reliable. If they can get sufficient volume to wash them through CNS, they're not gonna have a lot of it's not gonna have a lot of effect on price, right? Is there a situation in which someone would want to average up shares? You have an extremely cheap cost basis, and then you think the stock will be never worth that again? We do have some resistance at 15, but not a lot. I see a lot of you asking me about what Revlon's going to do today, and I can tell you right now that if your expectations for Revlon are short term, you're not playing it right. What's the safest place to invest money in case of a market downturn? Your bank account? If BBBY stays below $20 end of day Friday, will that affect Opex? Or is Bobby a forced covering play rather than an Opex? I mean, we know that Bobby in the past has had Opex exposure. It may have generated a pretty significant amount of obligations over the last several days. I don't know if they'll be realized in August, but they might be. For Rev as a long-term play, do you think there will be better entries for Jan 35s? Possibly? I don't know. The first time I bought them at 30. They've never come down to that price again. If GME breaks 37.50, will it continue? It can, yeah. It depends on if put interest increases or not. I know there are a lot of FTDs due for Bobby after Reg Show, but could these not be netted off through CNS? I mean, of course they can. That doesn't mean they'll have no effect. Especially with Bobby on Reg Show. Remember that force settles them? That's on force settlement alignment with BBBY announcement. It's a few days afterwards. It could slide back to 5. 10's gonna be really strong though. I don't think it'll slide back to 5, but it potentially could. It's skipping over my fleece financial advice. I don't have any like throw blankets, and I'm not gonna pull a quilt off my bed and sit in my chair with it. How much should SLD impact Rev since it's no longer in ETFs? Oh, it shouldn't impact it as much. It's still in actively traded mutual funds, so there's gonna be some effect. And Rev's super fucking illiquid, right? So any shorting can drive the price down. Um, Remember, the more liquid a stock gets, the more volatile its price action. Holder put their pickle in my jar. God damn it, Ryan. You're ruining things for the majority. Angry $20 cost basis. All I can say is when you have a stock at a $20 cost basis and it hits $30, if you think that period of time is going to be brief, you may not want to keep it, you know? What was I going to look up? I don't even remember. I was going to check something. I think I missed oh, good morning, Outwill Enjoyment. I'm sorry you were feeling so ill today. I hope chat appreciates the effort. It goes into extreming and explaining complicated concepts while feeling like crap. I hope you start feeling better soon. Get some rest. Thank you so much, Outwill Enjoyment. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm vaccinated. Like a bunch. I got all of them. Shouldn't I be excited about Bobby's volume? I'm holding some weeklies. I don't see why. It's high, but much lower than like yesterday or the day before. Thoughts on Playboy stock? I just don't understand where they make money in the future. No cozy stream? Absolutely not. Short and disturb people, paper handing are all a requirement for a short squeeze like this. It's like in the money puts coming in and borrow rate rising. Yeah, borrow rate went up today too. Angry $30 cost basis holder. I know, right? Ryan, keep your dirty hands off my calls. I thought this would reach 35, to be honest. Fair. How the fuck do you have a $30 cost basis? You just bought the peak of Cohen's buy-in and then never bought more? When it was at like $5, you're like, nah, it's not for me. Can you make Bobby go up and Tesla down? If I could do that, I'd be rich and we wouldn't be having this conversation. What are you talking about? There's literally nowhere else to find nudity on Earth. Listen, man. It's you read Playboy for the articles, not for the nudity, okay? Like a gentleman. I'm not dying and I don't have lupus. BBY bar rate at 70%. Yes. As of this morning it was. I haven't checked it again. Battle for Bobby today is keeping it above 15. Sure. I think keeping it above 10 is more likely. Yes, they could. Trying to preserve capital on non-meme stocks really. Hold on. I got too many things at once. I'm trying to preserve capital on non-meme stock related squeeze plays. What do you recommend for a stop limit or trailing stop? Mentality of making a win, offset for losses, etc. What do you recommend for a stop limit? I mean, generally, once you hit whatever your price target is, so like say you know where like the options concentrations are, like on Bobby, right? You know they're at 20, you know they're at 30. When it hits those price points, you generally want to set up some kind of limit sell to preserve your profits, right? Once you've made some profits, it's all about it stops being about speculation and becomes about profit preservation. So you want to, you know, whatever happens after that point, you want to ensure that the money you did make, you don't lose. So anytime anything goes green, you should be preparing to take those profits off the table. Now, that doesn't mean you can't follow the trend. You can't, you know, give the stock some breathing room to move higher. You can, but you want to ensure that the money you've made, you don't lose. You can use a trailing stop. I don't like them, especially if the underlying's volatile. But you know, if you work or something like that, they're a necessity. if you're able to watch your positions all day, then I would say a stop limit or a stop loss, depending on the liquidity of the strike you're trading. To be fair, I'm not exactly thrilled with RC either. Sits down to pout about my burning weeklies. My cost basis is 4.5, and I just want to see 420.69, maybe some 510. I have theta still, but weeklies are fun. Hugs. Yeah, you waste a lot of money on weeklies. Don't do that. You'll learn one day. They'll burn you more often than not. RC didn't really have a choice, right? Like, people are giving him a lot of shit, but like he had to file that. Um, he was kind of forced into becoming a beneficial owner. To be fair, the whole situation's fucked up. I don't know how he bought into a company that was in the middle of a share buyback and didn't for a second consider that he'd bought too much of a percentage. um, I feel like his financial advisor or somebody should have factored that ongoing share buyback in to the percentage he bought if he truly didn't want to become a beneficial owner. Like I would fire that fucking guy. But regardless, in order to maintain his right that we suspected he would have had all along to sell his shares at any time, he has to now file a Form 144. So nothing changes, right? Like before he became a beneficial owner, he could have sold at any time. Now with the Form 144, he can sell at any time. I'd say Riv has some upward momentum, but it constantly has that wiped out in a single trade. Yeah. What do you think Opex will look like for Bobby next week? We'll see. I have no idea. I think BBBY is still on fucking Reg Show, and this is only the beginning of what's possible here. $10.30 and the SPY's at 9 million volume. 94% fidelity bar rate? Okay. Thanks. Cashed out 50k, realized one play would have been better to hold. Is becoming a pattern day trader bad? Yes, if you get a violation. With the market price action, do you still expect us to go down Friday next week? We seem to be stagnating. I mean, I feel like we should be going down right now, but there's no fucking volume. Like, for someone to sell, you still need a buyer. This is fuck awful. Weekly CCs are fine, but that's really the opposite side of the trade, right? Do you want me to specify? Long weekly options tend to be a terrible idea. Especially if your intention is to hold them throughout the week. Still holding spy puts? Yep. Remember back in March, though, he was complaining they were not done with the buyback when he thought they were? Vaguely. It doesn't matter, right? He should have bought less. Or he should have immediately sold some. You're still on the fence on if he's a genius or an idiot. Yeah. Do you think it's bad to keep holding? That's up to you, Daniel. Can't tell you what to do with your position. I can just tell you what I think the stock will do, which is eventually go back up. But the next 2 days aren't going to be great. I think he did think about it, but to be honest, I don't think he thought that this would take as long as it has. I think he bought in then expecting them to do what he wants because he's RC. Maybe? But he should have had a pretty good grasp of that months ago, right? I'll never forgive Cohen for the shares released that June. Don't worry, me either. What? No. Free float updates are not accurate at all. $40 cost basis. Send help. How? Thoughts on Reg Show. It takes time. Interesting Burry tweet about QT and the Fed. What did he say? DM me. Or, oh, I'll just go look. Has he deleted it already? Why do I feel like Burry is just like behind on my DD now? Where are you fucking paranoid weirdo? Was it his one about censorship from 19 hours ago? SLD can't get pushed to next week. That's not how it works. We can just start entering a GME Opex position today. No, it just started moving down. Just bounced off the gamma flip. And if it goes below the gamma flip, it can keep driving down to like the next, like, well, maybe like a standard deviation out. So like $33. It's better, yeah. If GME drives, like the price of GME drives down today and tomorrow, it's much better for Opex. I mean, GME's down 6%, Bobby's down 26%. The problem is the market's really not dropping, but so far it's down. Fuck, how much? Uh, market's down about 121 basis points, which really isn't very much. I'd say that there's still another 200 basis points it could slip, at least. Housing news? Was there housing news today? I know there was something today. There were jobless claims this morning, which came in under again. Philadelphia Fed manufacturing index came in under. No, it came in up 6.2. Returning to positive after 2 consecutive negatives. What percent loss would you consider selling and re-entering a position and acknowledging you missed your entry, or would you just wait and average down? It depends on how much theta I had on the position. If I had a lot of theta, I'd probably consider averaging down before I would consider selling and repositioning, unless I expected a really significant decline. And then, 20 to 30% loss, I would probably want to start considering a reposition. No, I'd start considering it at 10 and then probably go through with it at about 20. How low could Bobby go today? Fuck, we'll see. A lot of that's going to be based on sentiment. Existing home sales today, also down. Yeah. Down about 0.3 million, roughly. Nope, just 0.3 million. Fed chairs George and Kashkari are going to speak today at 120 and 145. So maybe some of the stagnation we're seeing. I don't know what they're speaking about. Existing home sales down month over month and year over year. At 11:30, the bill auctions start coming up. So we got about 45 minutes till those start. The 8 and 4 week bill auctions. And the 30-year tips auction at 1 o'clock. Stagflation? Fuck. He deleted it, but it's kind of interesting. Quantitative tightening, not so much. The Fed has not been able to reduce its MBS holdings, which have risen since the start of quarter QT, June 1. MBS don't get prepaid much when rates are up. Predictable. Fed holds all the levers. So it knew this, right? Right? Yeah. I mean, I already know that. That's not like new news. The Fed's MBS holdings have gone up like 15% since June 1st. And they're supposed to be selling them. They also haven't shed any of their fucking balance sheet, but like they're supposed to be rolling off like $35 billion in bonds a month, and they haven't been doing that either. Panic sold my 3750s and GME ripped to 45. Panic bought my CCs back at the same time. About $30 calls for Bobby at the peak. Absolutely gutted. Rough week. Ouch. What is SLD? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Supplemental liquidity deposits. I feel like if you Google SLD, it comes up, right? Jan 50 is still at 0.36 delta. Huh. They're both starting to bounce a little bit. Philly report wasn't good if you read the full outlook. I didn't have a chance. Some people are too weak for the psychological warfare. They need to sell out taking losses. I sold my house at the top, but there's nothing to buy right now. Can me and my family come crash at your place for a while? No. No. That's because people are still asking as much. But when tips touch, fuck it. Doubling down on Bobby 916s. Let's fucking go. Dear Lord. I think it comes down to people investing more than they can afford to lose. If you invest less than 5% of your net worth in these plays, it's much easier to wait. True. AMD making nice ups on news of powering a new gaming PC by Newegg on display at CNE Gaming Garage. Interesting. It's supported 3734, which is the gamma flip point. It can just fall right back below it, though. It just bounced off it, but that doesn't mean that this bounce has like a lot of momentum. What's the fucking SPY doing? Or we're just moving up with the market? This is also a distinct possibility. Christ. The fucking volume is just so unbelievably low. Where is it? Nope, that's just 2 GME. I'm sitting mostly cash gang. What do I do? I don't know, whatever you want. Withdraw it from the bank, put it on your bed, and roll around in it with your goats. Check out bot puts. Yeah. Sure those are bot. So most of our negative delta is from sold calls. Oh look, it did the rejections. Did you see the spike on Fubo? Where? Oh, neat. Check DMs. What we got? Roller put. First bid mid ask. September 23. Interesting. Hey Gurk, you gonna die or not? Can you release Pickles Picks before you go? I need to lose money on Docu again. Bro, I'll be fine. I'm just sick. I don't let my goats in the house. Volume is so low. Can you talk about in the hypothetical market downturn, if Wall Street doesn't want to accept losses, how do they fleece? Retail doesn't have money to hold their bags. They, what do you mean? How do they fleece? They're hedge funds. They're already hedged. How many bull traps will they try and bait us with today? I don't really think that was a bull trap. That was like a pretty just obvious test of VWAP and a rejection. Oh wait, these are the same stock. Sorry, I'm a little slow today. One of us. You discuss how the Fed auction can affect the market. It really depends on what happens. Yields have been rising, so that can have an effect on equity pricing. Does it look like GME has some strong support around 38, or is it still likely to break lower this week? It has strong support at like 37.30. Yeah, I know. I have puts too. We'll see. I'm up 8,800% on BBBY, but I'm down 300% from yesterday. Overall profit is profit, and I'm not mad. Yeah. I mean, if they bring it back down to fucking 10, people are just gonna load up again, right? So it's sure. Bring it down to $10 on the Stocks on Reg show. I fucking dare you. Who gives a shit? We own more fucking shares of BBBY on the fucking Discord than Cohen has. Just take whatever tray's on, you'll perk right up. My dentist would not be happy with me starting a course of methamphetamines. My wife isn't leaving me. She's just filing for divorce. Dude, I have a friend that him and his wife got divorced, but they still live together. And it blows my mind. They don't have any children, but they're divorced and they live in the same house. No, I'm pretty sure they don't have sex anymore either. It's not like a friends with benefits situation. Don't talk to me about Bobby unless it's above 20. Would you still compare Bobby to GME in October of 2020? I compared Revlon to GME in October of 2020. Bobby's probably closer to GME in December of 2020. Thousands of couples in Europe are divorced or same as divorced because they have no money to go their own way. Interesting. I don't know if it's an insurance scam. It's just really weird. He like calls me up and invites me over, but I don't want to go there. Like I don't want to be in the middle of whatever's going on there, you know? I told him as much. I was like, the situation with you and your wife is fucking weird. I'm not coming over. And he's like, no, we're chill. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Your opinion on the 5-7 MIO puts? Am I IMO in the money? Mio? What does that mean? I feel like you've made up an abbreviation that doesn't exist for the purpose of that message, and I'm really hung up on it. I live with my girlfriend and her husband. I'm the boyfriend for real. It's a complicated story, but I'm the wife's boyfriend. Congratulations. And did they just pay for your room and board to be there? Does he watch? After these ouchie down-downs are through, what do you think Bobby's price does and why? I mean, there's going to be a forced settlement of the obligations because of uh reg show. And they're not going to be able to short it after 12 more trading days. So, I mean, there's a clock. He wasn't my friend, Speed or Comfort. Okay. Me, I buy SPY puts to hedge GME downs for SLD. SLD, SPY stays flat, GME tanks. Okay, so here's the deal, man. If you expect a stock to go down, it's really best to buy the puts for the stock that you expect to drop. Not for a different stock. If it weren't for my horse, I don't know how I would have gotten through college all those years. Fair enough. No, I don't. AFAC. ACFAC. My neighbor lives with her husband and boyfriend and her husband's girlfriend, and they have like 4 kids together. I know. California's weird, but I. Nice. Wait a second. We've seen stocks on Reg Show come back off Reg Show at the 11th hour. What makes Bobby any different? Why are we stoked about Reg Show? Nothing makes Bobby any different unless it stays on Reg Show. Then it becomes different. 12 more days, right? Yes, they can flip it off of Reg Show to offset locate requirements. But when they do that, it's very likely to end up back on Reg Show shortly. Put flow coming in on GME. Cool. It's not having a big effect on the price. How many more kids do you think Mr. and Mrs. Secure will have before BBBY squeezes? At least 4 more. She's pregnant with quintuplets already. So what if you expect all the stocks to go down? Well, all the stocks are going down, but yeah, the index that tracks them isn't. Believe me, I know. I understand the feeling. How are you not having a brain aneurysm thinking about how if it wasn't for that guy's horse, he wouldn't have made it through college? I mean, I know Turd pretty well. We've spoken before. I'm not surprised that his horse was a big part of him graduating. If Elon Musk has taught me one thing, it's that you should always have a spare horse in case you accidentally show someone your penis. You put in the milk first or the cereal? The cereal? Jesus fucking Christ. What kind of animal puts the milk in the bowl first? Do you explain how being on reg show is a ticking clock for shorts? Fuck. So after 12 days, when thresholding begins, the stock can no longer be shorted without a pre-borrow agreement, and it makes it very difficult to drive the price down. And then they have forced settlement of FTD obligations every morning until the previous FTDs are cleared out, which drives price action, right? And then that price action will drive FOMO because the stock just recently ran hard, right? And then that FOMO creates more FTDs, which drives more price action. And they can't short shit, so it becomes kind of a problem. How do you say caramel? Caramel. Serial killers do that? Japanese automaker stocks. What about them? Like Toyota? Issues I've had and fixed: emotion, sunk cost, and hot hand fallacy, hindsight bias on decision making, not big enough a position to get cost basis, and still have continued exposure, so I can sell even some when green. Nice. How can it say on Reg Show for more than a few weeks if there's forced settlement? It keeps generating more FTDs. Can they launder the FTDs due from Reg Show through ETFs? Yes. I bought ramen last night and then I was like too tired to eat it. But I could heat that up, I guess. Toyota, Honda, etc. Because everyone buys one. I mean, they're really far behind on the like electric car manufacturing, so probably not ideal for a few more years, especially with the new bill being passed. Um, yeah, I probably wouldn't buy their stock. No Opex positions yet. I'm not gonna eat pho. I don't like pho. Pho's gross. It's like bad ramen. Ramen's like a cuisine, and pho is like someone boiled garbage and threw some noodles in it. It's the worst Vietnamese food. Yeah. True or false? Churchford is a 69-year-old man. He's 68 and a half. When my wife evaluates her patients, she first asks them to look at a series of pictures and then follows that up with milk and cereal to confirm a psychopath. Nice. Numinolatra microscope silico volcanosis? What? I don't know. I've had some highly recommended pho before and it's been awful. Banh mi is amazing. No, I don't like pad thai. Every time someone brings up pho, I have the same exact fucking response, and the chat has the same response. You guys have been here before for it. I don't like dogs. I don't like pho. I don't like people. Chill for sure. That's when you breathe silica from a volcano and it damages your lungs. Oh, interesting. What do you like? Ice cream sandwiches, making money, cats. Tonkotsu? Yeah. Or hear me out, miso. Fun. Offense taken. Yeah, Tesla looks like shit. It's like a sloppy head and shoulders. Oh, that's weird. I still don't want to hold my puts past tomorrow, but it doesn't look great. I wouldn't even say it's super bullish today. It's just choppy. How long do we have till the fucking auctions? 11:30? I wonder if that'll do anything. Got a BBY yesterday with 128,000 profit. I just wanted to say thanks for all you do. I haven't been able to pay attention to the stream today. Your thoughts after the pullback? Opex or Nopex? I don't know. The pullback's good for Opex. Either way, I think we see some upside next week. It just may not be a lot. Creepy Carrot, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the Gurk.
I did jump on the chat real quick to say FUD tastes like unsalted dry beef and laundry water. Thank you.
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomb.
I've never, no, that's not how that works.
But we ain't no cult.
Cats are king, dogs are annoying and needy. Yeah, like, I don't understand, like, I don't trust people who need a dog. Right? Like, oh, I need someone subservient to me around me at all times to hang on my every word and whim. It's weird, right? It's like the same kind of dudes that are like really into dogs are like the dudes that like don't let their wives hang out with their friends. You've never owned a dog before. Yeah, that's because I don't want to ever clean up some other thing's shit. People with dogs live longer. Yeah, but it's really quality over quantity. Why would you even let your wife have friends? What if you're blind? Okay, that's not really the same situation, right? I think RC sold, or is the media trying to stir up FUD? Who cares? I certainly like to hang out with my dog over my ex. My wife is allowed a friend. It's our dog. Yeah, I see that all the time. People that have like big dogs in the city. It's fucked up. It's like you live in a 600 square foot apartment and you walk the dog like once a day. Yeah, there's nothing that I like about dogs. There's barely anything I like about cats, but they're better than dogs. The ideal scenario would be to have like a friend that has a cat that you don't have to deal with when you don't want to. It's like having a child. It's like, oh, I want to have a child, but less rebellious. You talk about your feelings on pugs? Sure. Their existence is like animal cruelty, right? Like they can't fucking breathe, and their like eyeballs fall out. It's like someone took a normal dog and microwaved it. Spy seem like rebellious child? Maybe. And then the worst is you get those people that are like keep like their pug, like they have their little pug, and they're like, oh, look how cute my pug is, and look, genetic deformities are so attractive. Look, gross. Those people are worse than the dogs. Is it too much to ask the spy to move in any direction? Yeah, apparently. Thanks, oranges, smoranges. I do my best. Are they worse than the people who carry dogs in a bag? Sometimes they're the same. You know what you have in New York? You have people that have their dogs in fucking strollers. Like, oh, my dog can't walk. It's in the stroller today. Thoughts on people who wear their babies like a chest backpack? I mean, that's just efficient. This is Girk's weekly attempt to run off the weakest willed amongst you. It's working. Viewership was getting too high there for a minute, Fluffiosa. You know how this goes. What if they have their child on a leash? I guess it's a step up from not having them on a leash. Like, at least they care that their child's in their vicinity. Could you briefly review the pickle hierarchy and the benefits of each? I just peeked at become a member, and all it shows is upgrade to Long Johnson. Thanks. Fuck, what do the memberships do? So, Cornichon, you get like the chat restrictions removed and emojis that I haven't updated since last year. Long Johnson, you can watch and comment on the members stream, plus the Cornichon shit. Dillionaire, you get access to the Discord. And Pigeon Whale, you get a shit on the pores. And all the other stuff. I lost a good friend to a girl with a pug. Not long after they got together, he sent me a photo of the dog dressed up for its birthday. His girl is singing to it. That's when I knew he was gone. Yeah, that's a good sign. Remind me on your thoughts about developing countries. They suck. Well, you got another fucking dog, Zakir? What is wrong with you? Stop filling all the square footage in your home with dogs and children. You're keeping yourself so busy taking care of things, you can't take care of yourself. It's just a dog. Don't tell me how pretty she is. Dogs, children, and wives. Make money with that dog? How? You said it was pretty, so I'm assuming OnlyFans? That might not be very successful. So this, as for yesterday's, I mean, tomorrow, Monday might be spicy. I fucking hope so. Even with the run on Bobby this week, it still feels like the last 2 weeks have been boring as fuck. Like, they've been so boring that Bobby went up, like, 700%, and it just didn't even feel like anything happened. Today's pretty stagnant for everything, right? Do you think 1625 was the bottom? For now. Yeah, still have my spy pets. The bond auction starts at 11:30. I think it's like the 8 week auction and then the 4 week both. I think both start at 11:30. Spypet's dead. SLD canceled. GME calls are getting cheaper. Time for Opex positioning. No. They're cheaper though. Thanks, Peeler. I can't wait for everyone to say they should have held their puts. That's gonna be the best. That's the best part, right? What would you be willing to go over what to look for in building a position around dividends to use as your salary? I mean, well, first off, even with high yields, you're gonna need a lot of fucking money, right? Like a $1 million+ to have any kind of like decent salary from purely dividends. You can do it with a lot less selling covered calls. Bond auctions can cause bond prices to go up, right? And that can cause equities to drop. The opposite's also true. When I watch your stream, I make sure that I can't see any and all. I see your face and upper torso. So can you do your best to stay positioned for as long as possible? What? If you're still confident in BBY play, this next couple of days can present some phenomenal re-entry opportunity. Are you? I mean, I feel like I have enough BBBY. If it starts to move, I'll buy some more. I still have like all of my leaps and cash from the run, so if I want to buy back in, I can. I'm not like in a rush. Pretty patient with it. No, it should be instantaneous Sitting Bull. I don't know why it didn't show the update on here though. Were you already a long Johnson? What do you have left on Rev? I just took my profits on BBY. Thanks for sharing. I have 6,000 shares and 110 $35 calls. Bobby Reg Show play still on? It's still on Reg Show. Yeah, Bobby could see more downside. October SPY 415. Would you sell out after SLD and re-enter after Opex? Or sell short-dated puts against them if you want to stay in the puts long term? You would probably you would buy calls to hedge like the upside, right? You could sell puts against them. What are your current Bobby positions? Well, I haven't been assigned on my shares yet, so I have 13,000 shares, 100 $5 leaps, and 40 $10 leaps. No, I went to the doctors. No, I still feel like shit. My parents are trying to get me into an arranged marriage. Which stock should I buy to make my arranged partners think I'm an idiot and bad potential husband? Wait for Ape to be listed, and then just that. How do the auctions affect equities or impact? Well, they're treasury auctions. It's the purpose of treasury auctions is to obtain financing from the market at a competitive cost. And then the yield on them is determined through the auction process. Yields and bond prices move in generally like opposite directions. But like change in treasury yields affect like corporate debt, overseas sovereign debt. So it affects the performance of like fixed income exchange traded funds or ETFs like TLT and BND. What are some other ones? Like UST is one. It also impacts the returns on stock market ETFs like the S&P 500 or SPY. The yields are used as a proxy for the risk-free rate. And so they're used to determine equity risk premium. Tesla dead? Eh. It doesn't look great. Maybe the split run up? Or post split? How much longer do you have, Victor? How do I turn my name green? It's like you become a member. Tyrone Biggums, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club when the stream's over. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes
You think shorts are getting out of snap before they get trapped? Maybe. Is it running today? Ooh. It's up a bit. How do I turn my spy puts green? Buy them super deep in the money. You have an estimate on the internalization dump on Bobby. I mean, they can dump internalization during price action like this. It doesn't have to be violent. It usually leads to some price increase, but not necessarily a lot, right? They just need volume and like order flow, and then they can slowly dump it out over the course of like a day or two. But when it does run and internal like utilization's really high, then offloading it can cause a lot of like violent price action. It increases their asymmetric risk. So you know, at some point when the stock's running and they're internalizing, you know, the risk becomes too great and they have to dump it. But if it's like downtrending and trading sideways on high volume, like this is a good opportunity to offload it. Are you strictly long on Fubo? Yeah. The 144 form said 10%. He owns 11.8%. Are you gonna sell any CSPs on Revlon? Maybe. Might not be the worst idea. Hmm. Maybe not today. Ooh, what was the Fubo news? There wasn't any. In the past, I was skipping school. Spy seems to be skipping SLD. What volume would you expect today on Rev to settle their FTDs for the day? Isn't it sufficient already? That's close. Just no one's trading anything today, right? So there's no other pressure. They just need to churn enough volume to get rid of the FTDs. If no one's buying, right? Don't people remember when GME dropped from 39.80 to 15.28 on the 25th before the big run up? Can't BBBY be doing the same? Sure. The 25th of what? Like in January? I don't think that's really comparable. But yeah, that could happen with a run like next week. Into next week. I think the SLB won't be dramatic this time because due to the downturn already in progress, many institutions have already taken plenty of money off the table and have capital on hand. What downturn and already in progress? I mean, the market's done nothing but run for like the last 2 weeks. I mean, yeah, I would agree with institutions being very liquid right now, but that really doesn't have anything to do with the price action. It's just because no one's buying anything. Like people are just keeping all their cash off the table. Love the climb on the SPY with ultra low volume. I don't. That's what it's done for the last like 3 weeks. Just keeps going up with no volume. How are you feeling right now? I mean, it doesn't look great for Opex, which I've said like 500 times, and then people keep asking me every day. It doesn't mean nothing will go up. It just doesn't look like it's going to be awesome. Maybe it will be. Maybe all the obligations are packed into August, and we'll fucking see it all get cleared out. But without any short positions coming in, the confidence level is a bit reduced. Is the Dayquil helping? Not really. Isn't the stalemate of buying selling on the SPY the same exact precursor to the '08 bear rally crash? Yes. Most crashes, in fact. Yeah, the no amount of politics can prevent the SPY from dropping. That's not how the market works. There's not like just some like secret cabal of people being like, no, we're gonna prop it up till the elections. They'll try to pass bills and stuff to keep it stable, but the government works far too slow. Shoot a fireball at the SPY to slay the beast. Why don't you just buy some Viagra? My uncle works at Microsoft and said we aren't crashing yet. Thank God. When the SPY hit 350, asking for a friend. I would have preferred if it had happened like today. Today would have been a nice day for that. My August 19th 375s. It doesn't eliminate the impact of SLD. You don't ever know what the impact of SLD will be, right? You just simply get exposure to it and see how it turns out. Jewelry Gurk, I rolled them down and out from August 17th through 85s. I bought more Bobby at 27 yesterday. I'm so dumb. Yeah, bullishness has that effect on people. Don't feel bad. It does it to everyone. My brother, who doesn't trade stocks, called me this morning to let me know about this great opportunity to get in on BBBY because apparently it's going to run big. I'm having flashbacks of Feb 21. Huh. You can tell you how it turns out. Down 50% is how it turns out. And at no point during that did you consider repositioning or hedging the upside? Because, like, no offense, but that loss on like a longer term position is just unacceptable. You should have done something to counteract it. How's that 450 BPS downturn in the market looking like for the week? Pretty flat so far. Pretty fucking flat. It wasn't 450, it was 300 to 450. So far it's down 100 from the peak. Rev dead? No, just not doing anything today. Nice opportunity to get more though, if the fucking IV would drop. Unfortunately, that's not happening. StockTwit's a good site or not? Oh god. The dad put in a sell order for Bobby yesterday at $29.99 and sold out. Today he asked me if it's a good time to buy back in. I'm embarrassed that he's a better trader than me. About Bobby 819 25 C's as people panic sold this morning and in 15 minutes sold them at an 80% profit. This is how you play weeklies. Yeah, pretty much. Same with my wife. She bought shares of BBY. It sold at 25. And I looked at her disapprovingly. Now she's being super smug. I want to see this shit 100, hit 100 just to spite her. What a healthy and loving relationship. My uncle works at Bed Bath & Beyond and says we're fucked. think it's a good time to re-enter Bobby Leaps after taking profits at above 20. I mean, IV is really high. It's up to you. You could, I guess. This upturn looks sort of bullish. CC's ending tomorrow, 2021, 22. Safe? I don't know. It's not tomorrow. Win Bobby 15 to 10? I don't know. Everything's just like fucking flat right now. I don't even know what the market's like waiting on. There's just nothing, right? It's just low liquidity, shitty flat die. Tech's doing okay. Sort of. Oh. Rev is gonna have an FTD pop soon. It's randomly gonna pop 50 cents to $1. Is it? Nah. How soon? Well, there's a little. What time frames do you like to watch? Depends on like the length of time I want to be in the position. Like for intraday, like the 5, 15, the 1, the 5, and the 15. For longer periods, like 1 hour, 4 hour, and daily. Interesting. I'm selling my BBY and the money leaps for enough profit to take my basis down to 98 cents, which makes holding through any ups and downs a lot more comfortable. Yeah. Congratulations, by the way. I just bought UVXY 6C for November. Okay. I'm up 8 cents since you read that 50-cent pop comment. Missed a great chance to reposition rollout on Rev yesterday. We should probably see another before early September. No? Yeah. I think we have higher FTDs on Revlon next week. You want to pop over to your place to borrow a nail clipper? Please leave it outside. I don't want to get sick. No, if you want it, you have to come pry it out of my hand. What UVXY positions do you have? I have 30 $10 calls and 125 $5 calls. What? They're just my hedge. Just for hedging. Do you have stalkers that you're aware of? I don't think so. Well, not from the stream. UVXY is an ETF that tracks near-term VIX futures at a 1.5 times rate. Look behind you. No. Near the money leaps are losing value quickly on BBBY. Smarter to roll up to the 30-40C leaps. If we get a pop this afternoon, they should be less delta sensitive, right? Yeah, they are. But all of the options on the BBY chain right now are pretty delta sensitive. Like even like the January like 50s or like point 0.3 delta, something crazy. I don't understand getting relatively deep in the money calls on a decaying instrument. I'm sure there's a method to your madness. Yeah, so I sell naked calls against them. So like PMCCs to offset the theta decay in order to maintain an open position. And then I want them deep in the money because I want them as delta sensitive as possible. Is UVXY a short-term play? Yeah, generally you don't want to use leveraged ETFs for long periods of time. Unless you're using them as like part of some hedging strategy. You want me to make you dinner tonight? No, I'm okay. Thanks for the offer, though. Thoughts on BBY September 16 40Cs bought at the midday low yesterday with 98% of available trading capital, but down approximately 72%. Do I look for a run to minimize loss or diamond hand for profit? September 16 40s. I mean, you're already down 72%. You might as well see if Opex helps them a bit. At least we're staying stable above like 16 right now. No, not officially. Is Revlon doing big ups? Hey, it's doing the thing. Just like starts at noon. How blatantly obvious. Why would they start it at noon? Wait, where'd this go? Well played, Advanced Refrigeration. Is this just your buy order? Did you do this? Be honest. This could run pretty hard, actually. What rank are you on TFT? Plat 1? I haven't even pushed for Diamond yet. I think I'm Plat 1. I sold my Rev Leaps to get into my BBBY position. Oh, ye of little faith. I already told you, Zakir. Just fucking, I mean, you might as well wait for Opex if you're already down 72%. At least you have till September. That's on Root? No. I've heard of them before. I feel like, weren't they like one of the pumpy stocks last year? They're like an insurance company or some shit. I forget what they do. They're supposed to reverse split. Citron Research is long on them. Or did they already reverse split? Or did they forward split? Yeah, no, Rev's doing a thing. don't know. I just bought these weeklies and they're up 20% already. Rev's only up 2%. Or, well, no, it's not. Why's the data so delayed? Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Yeah, I already closed them. Rev is the best stock. Pi-Fi tried to ride the wave and it didn't work out. What? I made like 16%. How didn't it work out? It worked out fine. Both advanced signals. Bobby's moving up too a little bit. Yeah, Riff still has a little ways to go, maybe. What's your furthest dated SPY put? 916. Most of my positions for 916. What's this market-wide FTD theory some people are mentioning? That's why we aren't seeing downs for SLD because it's being bought up. Can you elaborate? Are you talking about like short covering in the market? It's because the market's been running up like non-stop for the last 3 weeks. You still plan on dumping your SPY put position after this week? Probably gonna roll some of it out and then dump. I'm gonna dump like the August 26th position, and then I'll probably roll out the September's to October. Or maybe I'll roll the August to September and then the September to October. Preserve theta. I have 2 positions in my portfolio, SPY puts and Revlon shares. Am I doing this investing thing right? No problem, Bo. Thanks, man. I have a play that's extremely similar to Rev, but better FTD percent, smaller flow, actual good earnings, higher cost of bar, and IV isn't priced yet. How do I submit to the quant team? DM me? Does the market drop more often than not in September? Low options chains look bearish as fuck going into next month. Seems like XPX will make a new low, perhaps. Yeah, it doesn't look great. I know what you mean. September looks really fucking bad, especially with like the supposed increased QT. Spy cliff jump. Ooh, doing the thing I want. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it keeps doing this, but not. It doesn't sustain, which is kind of fucking annoying. Hmm. Think we'll see more FTD covering on Revlon today? Maybe. Looks like it's possibly got a little bit of gas left in the tank. Why won't SPY die? Yeah, I think the SPY's already hit its high for this period. Is Rev still a play, or is that ship sailed? No, it's definitely still a play. The problem, I think the biggest problem with Rev right now is a lot of the interest in it's very fleeting. So people are getting in and getting out. Partially due to the like up-priced IV, right? IV hasn't really bottomed out, so people can't move into longer positions. PT for Bobby, end of week. I mean, it can just keep going down, especially if the market comes down hard. I put the limit in at the mid. Yep. Lamp. Bye-bye, Bobby. Really? It's not that bad. They're currently worth 50%, or should we expect more price action in the following days? August 26th, 11C? I have no idea. By the time we get price action, like sufficient price action to put that in the money, the theta will probably have eaten away the entire contract. Fucking buy Bobby whenever you want. I don't give a shit. VIX barely budging on this SPY move after being super sensitive for weeks, including earlier this morning. Yeah, I see that. Although, I mean, this drop isn't on a lot of volume, so market-wide volatility is probably not moving up very much. Well, SLD is over. I don't know about that. I don't feel like SLD's begun. I don't think we've seen enough volume for anything to have happened. Weekly 37p. Yeah, puts probably won't reprice till GME falls below 37. Like they won't price them up. Could it be that everyone's holding cash for a crash, so they're liquid enough and don't need to sell off for SLD? Yeah, it's possible. I've covered that a few times today. Fubo dead? Sure. Yeah, so everything's dead today. Can I get it that cheap though? I'll buy 10 at this price. Tesla and Snap. I mean, Tesla's not really doing very well today either. No worries. Yeah, it's possible we don't see any SLD, or we just see it later. It says 800 likes. Yeah, it's like eight something. Oh, Jesus. Bobby's still consolidating, so it'll probably like make a wedge here. Did you buy 10 GME 37Ps? No? How do you prefer entering your Opex positions end of this week instead of early next week? I might wait till early next week. Bobby might explode. It might also drop like a rock. This, at least here on the 1 minute, this isn't like particularly bullish or bearish. Actually, this lower rejection might be a little bearish. Here, let's see. If it rejects here. If it climbs up a little higher, no, but like right there. If this rejects, that's not good. Rocks are FUD. Interesting. It's been a while since you took Dayquil Advil. It's like 3 hours, right? Didn't I take one? I took some Dayquil at the beginning of the stream. Rev caught a bounce. Cool. Not a very strong one. Oh. Well. Kind of looks good. Yeah, that looks kind of good. How high do you think Rev could go? Today or in general? Put away at 15 is very, very high. Higher than calls. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. Thanks for the offer, Tyler. GME now where it is. Are we feeling about entry for Opex today? I'm not. I mean, you could try it if you want. I've Ed. Welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. Fidelity doesn't allow $8 calls for 818 PCO. Oh, interesting. Or 819. Weird. I just bought some. Ralph Wiggum, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I appreciate it, guys. FOMO hits Rev, it can go fucking ballistic from here, right? Liquidity is so garbage. Yeah, if FOMO hits it, it'll go nuts. To me, it looks like Rev's trying to push up, but they're like kind of stuffing it. Like they're trying to stop it from breaking out again. Nice, pure mayhem. Do you have a PT for Rev next week, or is there specific something you're waiting on to make that determination? I mean, I think on a solid run with some interest, Rev could hit like 15, 13, 15, maybe 17 at the upper end. If it squeezes, it could go really high, like above 30. So if enough people pile in, yeah, it could really take off. With this much slippage, it's easy to drop the price by a few cents with like 100 share sell. Yeah, I think I'm seeing the same thing you are, Zorik. Have you reduced your position in Rev? You were in deep. I took some profits when it tested the new high earlier this week. And then I've been waiting to re-enter, but I still have like 100 leaps and shares, like 6,000 shares. You put Bobbert back up? Sure. Is it doing anything different than the SPY? A little bit, I guess. Yeah, that rejection there wasn't good. This is it. Make or break. I'm wondering what makes shares same like puts. I have 1.7k rev shares, but I want more. Nice. At which point would you consider rolling your rev 35Cs into Jan 24s? Probably never. I guess if further out of the money strikes opened in Jan 24. Like Jan doesn't even have oh, there are no Jan 24s open yet. Yeah. The furthest out's December, and the highest strike's 17. Yeah, the Feb, December, and June are 19, 17 are the highest strike. That's why I bought the Jan 35s, because they're further out of the money. Check the M's. Wrong here. Hold on. Their fucking sound. The CNBC wants you to believe that a 40% chance of a 75 BPS hike in September is not priced in, but a 10% chance of a soft landing is priced into the current market picture. I mean, I don't think any of the fucking rate hikes are priced in at this point. The spies were fucking trading back where we were, like in Jesus, almost back at the same levels we were in April. Pretty close, right? Yeah, even March, which is ridiculous. We've had two 75-point BPS hikes since then. They haven't priced it in fuck all. Piece of shit. What are your thoughts on KLR, Calera? Earnings keep on improving. Stock fell enormously and maybe found a bottom. TC gap on the daily. Thanks. I'll take a look at it. What is it? KLR? Joins the Russell 3000. Got approved for uplisting to the NYSE. Generally, NYSE listing's good. They got earnings coming up in November. They repurchased warrants. That's a positive. Just bought out another company. Earnings are shit, but better. 0 EPS last quarter. They're trading a bit below book. Their cash flow is not very good. They're not very good at making money. Small float, though. I don't know. Check their FTDs. Might be interesting. Hey, BBBY is breaking up. I wouldn't consider. First of all, there are no Revlon Gen 24s. So I wouldn't. Gherkin, your beats are streaming through the sickness. Say, do you know the number of FTD fails for Rev for the days next week? I know tomorrow's like 3 million plus. No, tomorrow's 1.7. Wait, is tomorrow 1.7? I think. Tomorrow's 1.3. Then Monday's 1.4, and then Tuesday is 1.5, which is the highest. I want to give you an update on my AMC puts since I know that you're pretty worried about them. No. After being up 34%, it went to down 40% and is now back to up 36%. Fuck Adam Aaron, his lack of slug tiers. And Kramer can eat shit. Fair. I mean, it's astounding that like CNBC can say that AMC is like a decent company while like talking shit on GME and Bobby and Revlon, all of which have way more potential than fucking AMC does. If RC sold, you'd have to file it within 2 days. You'd have to file in 2 days. So if we haven't seen an update in the next 2 days, then he hasn't sold. That's on Fubo, $10 Jan 24 calls. I have 100 of them. I like that contract a lot. I've been watching your channel for over a year now. I was a dual popcorn and GME holder. I held through 3 dilutions and the $72 run up last June, but Ape is the mother of all dilutions. It was too much. I took profit on it. I feel so dumb, but thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. No problem, man. It's okay. It's easy to like follow the group, right? Like it's the herd mentality. Like everyone's especially when you expose yourself to like people who are only bullish, it's really easy to just assume that, you know, everyone's saying something that's, you know, counter, like any dissenting opinions are easily dismissed. Bobby, 1 hour got a nice trend line going. Thoughts? Yeah, it does. It's held it too. AMC is so bad. Why are all the fucking YouTubers promoting it so hard when the main squeeze is GMA? It's always been that way. AMC attracts more people, right? And then YouTubers are after like more viewers and more subscribers. So you promote AMC because it's cheap. It's cheap and more people can afford it. So you get more bag holders that way. But yeah, it's been a thorn in the side of GameStop's price improvement for the last year. Can you explain to me why you always buy shares and have leaps? If you play Rev for the squeeze, why not all in leaps? I guess I could. I don't know. I wanted to maintain exposure on the first run up when I sold my leaps initially, like when they went up like 400%. But I didn't want to pay for the IV or theta. Because I didn't know how long it was going to take IV to crush out, and frankly, the IV still hasn't crushed out, right? So I'm kind of glad I bought the shares when I did. My cost base is a little higher than I'd like it to be, but I'm okay with that because it keeps me open to the upside. I think I'm gonna be irresponsible by a $10 bagel for lunch. I'm worth it. You know what, Carl? You are. Sold some Rev CCs, Fubo CSPs. I'm buying long shares of the proceeds of my Roth. Am I doing this right? As boring as it sounds. Still 73K on Bobby, averaging up now, so next time at 30, I can take some off the table. That doesn't make sense. What is this thing for my greasy cave? Wait on wheat? Is it crazy that it's so low? This market makes no sense. It's kind of nuts, but believe me, if there's going to be like a surge in food pricing, it will be at the very, like, it really has to be a fucking problem before government starts saying anything about it. Like, Yeah, because if speculation kicks in on food, food prices can go up very fast. It's like a terrible thing maybe to make money on, but at the same time, you're gonna have to be able to afford food. So Ryan Cohen probably filed the 144 to sell his calls. If he sells his shares, I'm pretty sure that he will be liable for the profits to Bed Bath and Beyond. So it's really unlikely he sells his shares, given that since becoming a beneficial owner, he's exercised his voting rights on those shares. I would say, yeah. Can confirm, I dismiss and dissent your opinions constantly. No, you don't. You love Revlon too. Shut up. Is that why your channel description is mainly speak about AMC and GME? Well, when I first started the channel, I thought I would let people know how bad AMC is. I always have. I don't think I've ever spoken highly of AMC. I guess there was a little less animosity in the beginning. But if anybody wants to come in here and ask me what a complete shit investment they've dumped their life savings into AMC is, I'm more than happy to tell them. He can sell his calls. The calls aren't under like 16B. Those it doesn't affect those. They don't have any voting rights. I don't like Mind Mad. Why does that keep getting brought up again? Is there a reason everyone's talking about Mind Mad? Of all the YouTubers, your covered calls are the best. Thanks, Strat9. If I start a Bagholders Anonymous stream group, I bet I could get a lot of viewers post ape dilution. You could just host it here. I was gonna start one anyway. Weekly meetings, sponsors. We'll figure out a 12-step program to responsible investing. Dixie pushing. How hard? Oh shit. That's kind of a big move. Fun. What's the VIX doing? And the fucking VIX just does not want to break $20. What type of price action would you be looking for in order to reestablish confidence in the Opex cycles of GME? FCCs that are up about 40%. I'm ready to reposition at a moment's notice. I mean, I'm going to get exposure to Opex. I just don't know if it's going to be that awesome. If it is, great. And then, we get like a 20-30% move or greater. Fantastic. Does it even matter if he sells? Not really. No, he voted for the board members. He got to put 3 people on the board. Good re-entry to Bobby. If tomorrow's anything like today, is that not bullish for next week? Or do we have to have violent downside? Is this slow descent not enough? We have to see what the put OI looks like. If the market maker hedge flips and falls below 37, that gets a lot better for next week. So far, that hasn't happened. Answered a Craigslist ad for some cover calls thinking it was you. Went to meet up behind the Wendy's dumpster, cash in hand. And lo and behold, there was a Dan there. He offered to sell me covered in bull mayo to you. What do? I mean, you're already there. Go for it, right? Don't knock it till you try it. Blows my mind that anyone is still in AMC. Yeah. He says that being people will find alternatives. I guess it depends on how wide your grain exposure is. It's a bit different. Um, I don't think there's any parallels with that. And then like oil after the Gulf War, oil's different, right? Because there's always reserve supply and other producers. Um, the the issues with like um bad harvests in areas that are unaffected by warfare and non-existent harvests in the areas that are, plus the fact that there's a huge supply shortage in like potash and fertilizers makes like grains coming into the next year a big problem. So no. Also, crop harvests are like seasonal, and in the winter it's not like in the winter you can go drill for more fucking oil. You can ramp up production. You can, we have massive reserve supplies. That's not really the case for perishables. I think AMC has the best CFO in the industry because he sold all his stock. No, because he sold at the peak and has 0 shares. Yeah. Because Jake Freeman bought into MindMed after he lost all his money in BBBY. Did they? You mean my 2 AMC shares won't pay off my mortgage? No. Where do you think Bobby will end today? Based on the current price action, somewhere between 19 and 17.25. Do you have any theories as to what we see in the market in the last month? Vol manipulation or market makers blowing up shorts with theta? Any theories as to what we see in the market in the last month? Vol manipulation or market makers blowing up shorts with theta? I mean, shorts are definitely getting blown up on like equities, but on the indexes, like the big positions are all super short and they're just building, right? I think more of it's vol manipulation. Like we're seeing volatility massively suppressed. Uh, probably in order to reposition. I mean, it really just looks like one big short reposition. Like just tons and tons of put OI like out in September. Tons of like long VIX positions, like further dated as well. They're just waiting for it to break, but it's at like a standstill because there aren't a lot of buyers. There aren't any sellers either. Like everyone's just too liquid for anything to really change. What halted? Can BBBY climb back to 30 this week? It's very unlikely. It's funny how you said that wheat, uranium, Daku, and Fubo are long-term plays, and yet people still ask about them constantly. I know. That's because they're not long term. They're not in them long term, right? Like they've bought short dated positions on those long term plays. I took $60 profit on my rev calls. Nice. Wouldn't it be funny if AMC's ape triggers the squeeze and GME elitists look like a bunch of giant douches for doubting AA's resolve? Wouldn't it be funny if your shares just are diluted again without your permission? Getting triggered the squeeze. Yeah, that's what dilution does. I thought, yeah, you'd think it's satire. It's not. They really believe it. They're that fucking stupid. Yes, dilution is the thing all short hedge funds fear. Serious question is I don't follow AMC at all. People still think it's a MOASS thing? Yes. Dixie's heading towards 109 again, which is where it was when the SPY was at 360. Yet SPY is just chilling sideways in the 420s. Yep. Alvin said that you'd not be streaming for during a MOASS type event on GME. What about a regular gamma squeeze on BBBY or FTD squeeze on Rev? I mean, as long as I can manage my positions while the stream's open, I don't care. Try to buy one more of the $8 calls for Rev. I tried to buy some on TDA and it said that it's PCO, but I was able to get 7.5 and 8.5. Yeah, I don't know. Let me buy the August 19 $8 strikes. Maybe if you're trying to buy, I know maybe the further dated ones are not supported. Those might be PCO. That's exactly what happened. The AMC shareholders rejected further dilution, so they found a loophole and are diluting the shares anyway. Adam, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Birthday girl. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than
The
a
worst
chance,
part about the game I have to play now is how long it's going to take. Oh well, I did it to myself. Nothing I can do but learn and apply myself. It's true. Yeah. Just gotta recoup. It goes faster than you'd think. But I think some people will still think AMC can MOASS until it either happens or until the company no longer exists. But even then, they might still believe. I think, yeah, I could see people like holding shares of AMC like all the way into their bankruptcy and delisting. What's so strange about this market right now is there seems to be so many contradicting indicators. Bond yields inverted, strong dollar, massive put OI, but VIX low and indices running. Yeah, I mean, the VIX is, it's not so much that the VIX is low, it's the VIX is being shorted really, really, really heavily. And the indices are running, but on almost no volume, right? What's really freaky is like today, most of the big stocks in the indexes were dropping, but the index is still moving up. All on the back of like what, a couple mega caps with good earnings. Like, yeah, it's not sufficient. A mystical fortune teller, tell me what my future holds. Wheat $10 leaps at 25 cents. Seems like a steal. Free money. Thoughts? I have a lot of them. I don't know if it's a good play, but I have a lot of them. Have you ever gotten close to blowing up your port? Yeah, very close. I went back in like early 2020. I decided after like COVID news, like news of COVID hitting the US in December hit, I decided that I was going to go big short the SPY. Um and I didn't give myself enough time because like I tried to estimate like the rate of like the rate at which it would spread based on the rate at which it had spread throughout China, but I wasn't really factoring in the fact that like the US doesn't have as much public transportation, and also people don't travel around the US to like visit family and stuff as much as they do in China. And so the spread was like much slower. And so I had to roll out the position like 3 times before it finally hit. And I was down, oh shit, it was like high 90% of my portfolio at one point. Been following for over a year now, and I've never recommended a stock play. Take a look at Root. It has pre-squeeze GME written all over it. 110% of all shares short. 170% of the short float. 6 days to cover. 118 reverse split this week. Yeah, I saw. I already looked at it. I'm not particularly interested in it. Somebody brought it up earlier. I know like trade spotting's all about it or something. But even with the reverse split, like, what does that actually bring their float to? Why don't they have a fucking filing anywhere? Here it is. Percent plus. Two filings. When did they split? The 15th? So they reduced their float size from 161.2 to 9 million. Approximately 9 million shares. And Class B outstanding from 93.8 to 5.2 million. Da, da, da. Generally, when reverse splits happen, institutions bail on all their positions, and that kills their squeeze potential. So I'm trying to see. Failure to delivers suck. At least through 7:30, very, very low fails. Percent of short interest. Intel updates. What's the exchange? Short interest percent of the float is only 9.95%. The Fintel like short estimate is 110%. But that's just because it's throwing bad data because of the reverse split. But the reported short interest on 8.9 was only 9.95. So that seems like bullshit. Fails are unimpressive. Institutional ownership is Drive Capital, 29 million shares. It already looks like I mean they just sold off. So Drive Capital was their previous largest insider holding, and they sold off about half of their shareholding. Nothing very new on that, though. Looks like Stad Mark got out. Daniel Manges reduced their shareholding by 6 million. Hillhouse bought more. Angle Point Asset dropped their holdings entirely. Vanguard bought 9 million. Carvana bought 14 million. And Schusterman Interest bought 8.75. Institutional ownership for August. Yeah, so down, but this is going to reduce further after the reverse split. Like, I guarantee you'll see institutional selling. I don't like it. I also think the short data is incorrect. Based on the failure to deliver, there's no shorts there. Root, ROOT. What do you recommend rolling Bobby calls to? Whatever you want. I mean, give yourself theta. I'd want him beyond the forced settlement period, so beyond September 2nd at a minimum. Did Revlon ever get back on Reg Show? No, not yet. Wouldn't reverse splitting a stack with 100% SI cause alarm bells to SEC for manipulation? No, Dries did that. Dries was like sold like it didn't have 100% short interest. It had 9%. But Dries had like 40 something percent short interest, and they reverse split their stock twice. Market-wide volatility squeeze, setting up for something like that. Yeah, if these current conditions persist, I could see that happening. $3,200 people each owning 1,000 shares of Rev would lock the float. Yeah. About 10 November 11, $18 calls. Let's go. You know that the like Perlman can just fucking recall his shares, right? And it'll squeeze. Like, to give Rev, it looks like it might pop. Yep, I see it too. Bullard pushing 0.75 September increase and 3.75 to 4 by end of year. Yeah, that's not bullish at all. That's hawkish as fuck. Bullard tends to be pretty hawkish, but yeah, with the extra padding on the market, I told you guys the Fed's gonna start saying some very hawkish things, right? Why the fuck is Dixie going up while the market remains stagnant? Not only stagnant, up, right? Like actually slightly up 6 basis points, not a lot, but up. We've detached from reality, right? He did say that inflation seems to be cooling and encouraging economic signs in terms of supply chain easing, which is good, right? But it's also just going to give the room for the Fed to be more hawkish. Since using the fucking increased interest, like increasing rates, it doesn't really affect much, right? Like it increases unemployment and reduces, the size of the asset bubble in housing. But besides that, like the effect is minimal, right? So you need to hurt what you can with monetary policy as much as possible in order for that effect to bleed over into all this other speculation. So I expect, yeah, I mean, kind of like what he's saying, I would expect them to be more aggressive, especially with inflation pulling back a little, with the pump in the market. Now they have a lot more flexibility to actually attack with the tools they have, right? They can be a little more confident. There is a problem with the big banks not buying up a lot of equities right now, but they can be a little more confident with QT, and they can be a lot more confident with their rate increases. That means a restrictive rate before end of year, that'll be interesting. If the trend holds BBBY on the 1 hour, it looks like it could be flirting with 28.30 by next Friday. Since it bounced off that trend this morning, maybe now is a good time to re-enter or wait for a SPY crash. The trend holds on BB for the 1 hour. It looks like it could be flirting with 280.30 by next Friday. Yeah. I don't think right now is a terrible re-entry point. It's just that IV is really high. And since tomorrow technically would have even less pressure on it than today, I feel like I'd be okay for waiting for tomorrow for repositioning. Is this it? Did it blow out all its gas that fast? Lamb. The dollar is 100 BPS up on the yen. Hedging seems silly because there's not enough pressure for ups. Yeah, I mean, bail or roll forward. There's still one more day of SLD. Potentially. One more big day that it could occur. After that, it's like what occurs overnight, and that's questionable. What's your cost basis on Fubo? Like $4.62, but it'll go up if I get assigned tomorrow. A little bit. It'll go up to like 470. Are there people who are sexually attracted to stocks, bonds, and futures? Yes. I think the main driver route is heavy inside ownership. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think that'll hang out long after a reverse split. Fucking long-term shareholders do not like reverse splits. Like, in almost every instance, it causes massive sell-offs. Which in a stock that's over short can trigger a squeeze, right? Because that means that they're going to recall all their shares. We've discussed this about GameStop in the past. If everyone sold at once, it would squeeze the shorts because all the shares get recalled, right? So when something reverse splits, You know, short positions are also reverse split, but all the institutions sell out, which triggers a share recall. But this, like, Root only has like 10% short interest. So, like, how much effect is a share recall going to have? Do you think Bobby's about to break out? No. It did. And then it just fell right back in. Rev not moving. Weird too, because it doesn't gap up until pretty deep in the order book for a gap up. Mexican exchange? That's weird. Thoughts on an October crash? Why October? What's the earliest day you predict big ups for Revlon for Opex? Yeah, probably. I think it's gonna do a little, like a little pop here. There's not a lot left, but maybe this is it. Let's take profits. We're being hella sus right now. No. Historically speaking, they've happened in October 29, 87, 15, 2020. 2020? What? The, the, the 2020 crash was in March. Like Feb through March. "2015 was in like August, September, and then again in like the big correct, like those are mostly like big corrections, but then in like January, what was it, January, February. 2016 was October, I think, or close to October. Volmageddon was in February, I believe. But then in 2018 there was yeah, it was like December, but it was the latter. Like it started in October, but it I think it finished, like it didn't really crash until like after, or I think it was like early December. It was like there was like a big bear rally, and then it dropped off really hard. Why are all our tickers stuck? There's just no fucking volume being traded. Everything's just dead. The spies hit 25 million volume for the entire day. Does being on Reg Show hindered a potential Opex for BBBY? Reg Show and Opex have nothing to do with each other. Got out of all my $20 weeklies at 27 yesterday. They're all back into shares at 18 today. Maybe I've learned something here. It's not terrible. Nothing valid to use October as a precedent. I mean, it generally, like the latter, like Q4, Q1 is when the market will crash. So it's not, October is kind of invalid, but if you stretch that meaning out a little more, then yeah. Burry predicted 22 of those 3 market drops. What's up, Dan Donkey Man? Bull credit spreads for the win. Whale's just staring at the spy to see who blinks first. Yeah. Can catch a take on APRN before I purchased a lot before I did DT. It's not the worst play. I don't like it a lot. I don't like it that much, but I suppose if you're willing to just sit in it for a while, it could go up. Is there ever a reason not to sell an in the money put on Friday and hoping to be assigned instead of buying the stock directly? Yeah, because you might not get assigned. And then if you wanted to own the stock, you won't, right? You've tied up capital, and but you don't own the underlying. Sometimes it's not worth it. Is there any problem with buying weekly contracts but further than a week out besides less theta? Weekly contracts but further than a week out. Interesting. Like September 9s versus the monthly. Oh, yeah, they're super illiquid. Like, no one buys them, right? So you have really wide spreads. And if you're buying a lot of contracts, you're going to have a ton of slippage. It'll be hard to offload your bags. The market's on vacation until the end of August. Kind of feels that way. Maybe it really is just retail. Retail's just bullish on everything. How's IV looking on BBBY? I hope that medicine helped with the fever. Thanks. I need to check my temperature in a minute because I'm feeling like I feel like a bubble. Like I don't have my sinuses are fine, but like my head's just like it's hard to explain. Market playing whose bag is it anyway? It's its favorite game. Kashkari speaking soon with notes at 1:45. Maybe he'll stab the spy. Maybe. CNBC reporting that Bullard's leaning 75 BPS in September, as well as that they believe 50 BPS more likely. I love it when they like take someone's quote who's like, in a position of power, and then they're like, but we think they're gonna do something different. Girk feeling like the housing market. Uh, I took Dayquil and some ibuprofen. We've got the Spy and Revlon. I guess we could take a look at Bobby. I'm sure it's just as interesting. Yep. That's actually starting to look a little better. It's holding VWAP, which is nice. Just above VWAP. Might break out here. But a little more room. Yeah. Good. Should be fine. You think it'll hit 25 again by the end of December? I don't think that's outside of expectations. What's the update on Bobby today? I haven't been able to pay attention. Just holding my calls and underlying for now. It's just stagnating. I don't have COVID. I've been tested like 4 times now. 2 of the rapid tests and 2 of the other one. And the culture said rhinovirus, which is just like a cold. It's just like a bitch of a cold. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. Why do I feel bad when the price goes down, but when it goes up, I just want it to go up more? Am I an insatiable beast who can't be pleased by the Lady VWAP? I think you just maybe need to learn that you can make money on stocks going down also. And then you'll do this thing that people do where they get like super bearish on everything. And then eventually you'll come to the realization that it doesn't matter what way stocks are going, you can make money off of them. It takes time, it's a process. Everyone starts off bullish though. My profits are social distancing from me. Yeah, I gotta take some in a minute. Is the GME drop yesterday and today bullish? It's more bullish. There are puts coming in, but the hedge hasn't flipped. So there's no negative hedge yet. If we get a negative hedge, that's nice. Can your mom's eggplant parm recipe and your dad's kofta recipe if the rhino take you? Was that shade at JFresh? Never. I would never throw shade at JFresh indirectly. I would throw it directly at him. I think I'm a worse trader than what I was when I knew nothing. Yeah. That's good. That's like the Dunning-Kruger thing, right? You know nothing. You think you know everything. You realize you know fucking nothing, and then you learn something. How to make money when the market's doing literally nothing. Sell strangles. Sell strangles on everything. Sorry, ignore if you answered earlier. Stepped away. Is there a good inverse SPY ETF available for 401ks? Fuck, there is. I forget the name of it though. Is it this? Hold on, I gotta look it up. I can't remember the name of it. Now Revlon's gonna fucking pop? Is this how it's gonna go? Hold on. Try this one more time today. Where is it? Oh yeah. Is it SH? I think it's SH. Is that the one that everyone uses? Look it up. Make sure it's not make sure it's just inverse and not leveraged inverse. I missed the spike on Rev. Was that covering? Some covering, yeah. Any opinions on commodities? They're fine, but you gotta hold them for a while. So be prepared for that. Am I just gonna keep buying weekly Rev calls and making $20 at a time? Because this is a waste of capital. Use other indicators for trading. Sometimes I'll check like a few, but for the most part, like oscillators are never leading, right? So those aren't really indicative of anything. You don't really need to look at much more than like Stotch or MACD. Generally I just use them to confirm entry points, but rarely do I use them to back a thesis. If that makes sense. I think that, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, GME 4125p. Would you sell now or wait for possible downs tomorrow? Are you up? Let's just start playing SH instead of the SPY. I don't think it's as liquid. Why does everyone play the SPY? It's very, very liquid. Very tradable. No SLD? No discernible effect yet, no. Like we're down 100 BPS from the peak, but not like no volumetric drop off. Yeah, I know it extends to market open on Monday. 1 billion volume on Bobby this week. If 5% bought and held shares, that's the free float locked up. Isn't post-reg share going to be massive? Yeah, it could be. You're presuming all of that is held. And then you're also presuming all of that volume wasn't just delta hedging, which it mostly was. What shorter term rev contracts do you have right now? I just bought some, like, I bought 10 850s in case it breaks up here. It's starting to look weak though. Might not. Ugh. Where's the volume? Where are you hiding it? Would you mind sharing your background briefly for those of us that are newish? Like, did you work for a firm for a time? I did in the past. I don't want to go into specifics though, because it would dox me. But yeah, for 7 years, a little more, like 7.5 years. BlackRock, yeah, BlackRock. 7-year intern at BlackRock. It actually sounds quite loud right now. I like it. Lowest SPY volume all year. Might be the lowest SPY volume for a few years. Used car salesman for Mazda. Do you mind sharing your green screen with us? No, it's mine. Fuck off. CEO of Mattress Mania. I started with 8K in Bobby shares, another 10K in options. I'm now the proud owner of even more Bobby calls than initially. 1,000 rev shares, a June put on the SPY at 430, 8K in September puts, all in the gains from your advice of being patient. Keep teaching. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Velociraptor. Congratulations, man. Uh seriously, well done. I hope you got a nice entry on the Revlon shares. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear it. Admit it, you still work for BlackRock with a mission to turn homeowners into renters to fill up the rentals they bought. Gotta fill up those fucking rental backed securities one way or another, right? Turn off the transparency on the green screen behind you. No, that's my green screen. It's private. You can't see it. You know what? Fuck around and find out what happens. Yeah. How you like that? He's ghosting our plays. What's up with drug today? I have no idea. Hey Gurk, I've been lurking and scalping SPX today. Sorry to hear you got a cold. Hope you feel better. Thanks, man. It sucks. Boo. I'm on drugs today. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. Dixie keeps going up. What the fuck? Yeah. Hot cup, cold cup. Welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much. You play the Piggle song? It's stuck in my head. Yeah.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
We're all looking at the rev ticker. It's right here on the screen. I saw some 916.35s today for $2. Do you expect they'll get cheaper than that? On Bobby? Maybe. Made 10K on a Bobby run up. On Bobby run up, took that, bought more Jan 60s. Currently sitting at 40 cost average. Cost average 0.85. After the news, concerned? Thoughts? I'm not super concerned. I don't think Cohen's gonna sell his shares, frankly. I think he's. I think his. I believe his shares are under liability. Like, well, his ownership is protected in the company by the short swing rule. So, if he were to sell, he'd have to remit his profits to BBBY because he's exercised his voting rights since he became a beneficial owner. So, but he probably wants to sell his options. So that's, whatever. That's cool. I sold a bunch of my options. Why can't he sell his? I've acquired a very specific set of rev shares that make me a nightmare for people who short it. Now that you're more transparent, what's the worst play you've ever done? Going long on GME in December of 2021. Staying long on GME through January and February of 2021. And then finally making money on it in March. No, but the worst play I've ever made is holding my GME shares through multiple tests of 350 and 250. By far. Also saying thank you with super chats. Thanks, Brenda Dale. Vatican Trash Can Kid, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, man. Welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Finally closed my 40cc with a meager profit. If not for you sharing your knowledge, I surely would have lost on that play. I appreciate all you do for us. 4250 save. It's a little risky. You know what's funny is I sold covered calls in March. Like I sold them in the money because I was like, this thing's gonna fucking crash. And then after that, I didn't sell them again until this year, until this March. So 1 full year without selling covered calls on my shares. Jesus Christ. What's what Gary Gensler meant by transparent markets? Yeah, you just can't see them because nothing's happening. Everything's in dark pools. Pure transparency. But then no pickle channel. I don't know. I don't really have anything. The pickle channel was created because I thought people were being misled. And I was like, if anyone's going to mislead people, it's going to be me. I just want to say thank you for everything. I've sold CCs when you said it was risky, bought weeklies when you advised not to. I've diamond-handed options when you said don't, and I FOMO'd when you said to be patient. You're teaching so many, even if it's not me. Thank you so much, man. Borkin Jones, thanks for becoming a zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Wait, is this what I think it is?
Another white cup point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you gave Gurk access to your wife.
When you introduce yourself, do you say that you're a content creator, a trader? I don't say anything, because who the fuck's business is it? I'm just like, hey, I'm Gurk. You asked Chad Kroger to take a look at this graph. I have a hard time believing there's a more ridiculous audience out there than yours. That might be true. Gherk is a strong Persian name. Yes. How do you know that's not... I told you guys like 100 times. That's just my name. No one listens to me. They're like, we're gonna figure out your name. And I'm like, it's Gherk. And then everyone's like, that can't be real. Harry Bossy, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls.
Welcome aboard. Go down to that description, find that Discord channel, join it, and then DM me. And I'll get you all the stuff you need. I'll get you set up with your cult robe and your Kool-Aid mix. Nope, your name is Liar Liar, Pants on Fire. Jen, that's not nice. You talk like that in your library? How good are you at shushing people? Because I feel like if you monetize that could be a better career than being a librarian. No, much worse. I'm a pro shusher. If you were British, you'd be Gherk in it. Yeah? Your name is, hey guys, I'm definitely not giving Popcorn Trader my house in this statement that is a legally binding verbal contract. Huh. Do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrials? I want to believe. I think there's a pretty high likelihood that, given the scope of the universe, there's other life. How intelligent that life is, How do I monetize that? I'm intrigued. Does someone want to tell her? Please don't forget the kazoo. I've had multiple come up to me telling me that you didn't give them the kazoo. Listen, I told you the supplier was short on them, and we're not getting another container until next month. Don't bring up the kazoo. I put a notice in the mod cord. Now they're going to ask about it because you brought it up again. Have you watched the latest season of Westworld? I've not watched any seasons of Westworld. Do you believe that there are other Steffens on other planets doing Stefan things? Yes. You know, I can't read on Thursdays. Thanks, Mel Retzoff. Where can we run into you in the streets of New York? I don't go out in the streets. You think margaritas are gay? No. At least I've never been sexually propositioned to buy a margarita. I was perfectly content with my kazoo. Now I'm upset. I'm sorry, plumber poopy hands. Are you getting smaller? Maybe. Don't lie. You've simply never been sexually propositioned. I've been sexually propositioned like 14 times today. Jealousy is not a good look on you, Kiowa 58. Stop being such a beta cuck. All 14 by Carl. That doesn't matter. Jello C, same like vitamin C? I don't think so. If Rev gains traction, the buy pressure will ignite it. Yeah. Props for streaming sick. I'm sick and I can barely watch. Guybrush for MOASS. Thanks, JC. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not like I woke up and went to work, right? Like I woke up, went into the other room in my house, and then sat in a chair. I'll be okay. Yeah, I don't think he did as well as you think. Do you think the lack of volume on SPY is actually indicative of a dam about to burst? Or is it just a curiosity more than anything? Where do I obtain this aforementioned kazoo? And can I get a boof zoo instead? I mean, it is like a boof zoo. Is this fucking trend gonna hold or what? Okay, yeah. Come on, Fubo. You can. What's Fubo doing? Is Fubo doing ups? No. seriously, my wife is a nurse, and the one thing I've learned when you're sick is keep hydrated, plenty of electrolytes. I'm gonna have one of those people come over with the IVs later. I haven't seen Fubo in your DDs. It's in the pickles picks from Saturday or Sunday. No, it's like a service. They charge like it's like $60 and they come by your house and hook you up with an IV and then they leave. It's great for hangovers. No, not Fubu. Fubo. Fuck you, buy options. That's next you're gonna get a blood boy. Everyone's been YOLOing Fubu. Hmm. Bufu. Rev's getting there. You see this cool thing it's doing? It's not a bottom. The bottom's down here. It's the world's slowest ascending scallop. But if you look at it on like the 5-minute, it probably looks better. See? Look how bullish that looks compared to the 1-minute. Or the 15? Right? Is the scallop seared? Yeah, but slightly overcooked. Devastating. Do I have too many 550 calls for Fubo now? How did I buy so many of those? Whoops. Oh well. When you eat yogurt, do you prefer fruit at the bottom or stirred? So you're eating fruit at the bottom yogurt without stirring it? You just like eat a bunch of plain yogurt and then slurp up some jam? What did you figure out or not figure out about the spy? I mean, the spy is breaking down. It's just breaking down really, really, really fucking slowly. On a stock where like Fubo, where you buy 2-year out leaps, do you sell PMCCs against it? Of course. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Slurp up that liquidity. Poor man's cover call is selling naked calls with using like in the money far dated leaps as collateral or your hedge. Where are Moonwind, Gaff, and JFresh? JFresh and Gaff are probably working. Moonwind's probably jerking off in the mirror. Why do you think Fubo will go up? I think they're undervalued. They're trading very close to book value. They just beat Q2 earnings. Their revenues are starting to pick up. They just got distribution rights for a couple of like the European soccer leagues and some other shit. They partnered with like 3 other streaming platforms just recently, and they're pushing forward production on their like betting book for like sports betting, like live sports betting, which is becoming slowly legalized in more and more states. I think New York just legalized it, and then California is possibly going to have it legalized by like their next session. I mean, you didn't just pick Fubo out of a hat. No. I owned it for most of last year. Yeah, Massachusetts just legalized it too. What? You don't have legalized gambling everywhere? I mean, we do. In America, you have equity options. It's always been legal. Just no one knew. Theoretically, better odds than any other kind of gambling. Not only legalized gambling, protected legalized gambling. This isn't gambling, this is investing, right? Sports betting is only legal in certain states. Yeah, but the number of states legalizing it is increased. A lot of them have it like up for approval right now. Like lots of bills being pushed forward for legalized sports betting. Not how I do it. Like your friend that went to Gamblers Anonymous for quote unquote investing? Yeah. How many obligations does Bobby still have? A lot? Good entry point for GME before Opex. Could be. I'm gonna wait, I think. I might regret that. I probably won't. You know, you'll find over time that very rarely will you regret waiting to enter a stock, but very often will you regret rushing into them too early. Are you gonna exercise your Jan 5s? I don't want to. Not until I hear their plan. Honestly, like that's the real answer. Like not until I know what they plan on doing with the company. Uh, 462 for Fubo right now. If I get assigned on some covered call or cash secure puts this week, it'll go up a little bit, but probably still in like the 460, 470 range. What kind of calls do you plan to buy for GME Opex? I don't know, just some like near and out of the money calls, like 0.3 to 0.1 delta, probably. September 2nd should be the first day of forced settlement for BBBY. Is Rev a good entry in shares right now? It's about $1 cheaper than my current cost basis. I don't know if that's like a good entry or not, but it's okay. Good entries would be around like $4 to $6, but we haven't really seen that happen again. So, you know, adjust as you see fit, I suppose, if you want exposure to it. What's the failure rate for the fails that came in today? Like the fail to volume ratio? Um, 36% today. Tomorrow, 68%. Are you friends with Home Depot Hank? No. SLD canceled. Also, is Rev slowly grinding up the shorts? Yeah, it looks like it. Rev is slowly grinding up my shorts. Well, you know, even though the rest of the market isn't having an SLD, all the stocks we own are. So, you know, BBBY down 25%, GME down 7.5%. Revlon's the only thing that's green. Fubo down 10%. Nice, smooth optionator. It takes time, but it picks up speed as you keep going. Especially if you're like compounding and you're compounding and buying lower. What do you use to monitor sudden IV crushing? I've seen you react very quickly when it happens. If you have like a really Vega sensitive options position, you'll see it start happening on your options position before you start seeing it happen, like the effect of it on the ticker. Like it used to be like on GameStop previously, I would buy some number of like very far out of the money Vega sensitive calls just to monitor IV. Like even if they didn't go up in value, I would buy them simply to monitor the shift in implied volatility. Thanks, +1 GME. I'm not going anywhere. You're planning on holding your 8.5s into tomorrow? No. Do you expect Rev to drop back down after Wednesday when FTDs start lowering? Yeah, if it doesn't go nuts during Opex. Do you think the Go EV chart is headed to 0? I have no idea. Ah, you bitch. Did I miss a... Sorry. Would you consider a good Vega value for an IV play on Rev, GME, or Bobby? I mean, the more Vega you have, the more sensitivity to it. Generally, you want generally contracts closest to the money have the highest Vega, right? But they're also delta exposed. So ideally, you want to remove the delta exposure. So you want really far out of the money, but very far dated. So like it used to be on GME, you would get the January like 950s, right? Because they had like no delta sensitivity, but they were still had Vega sensitivity. Would we be able to see an entropy swap on Rev if there was one? Hmm. Weber 35%. Cool. Weber short squeezing. Yep, just buying them out of pure boredom. Yeah, WM. Confidence in SLD happening. Still happening versus a November situation? Why November? If anything, it'd be if they bump rates in September. So, assuming they boofed the sploof, when will the spliffy shares be due on GME? September Opex, or is T plus 36 plus M plus C from the split on 722 for the ETF covering of the dividend? Probably September Opex. I don't know. August feels too soon. It might be due in August. We'll find out. So I just kept running up till after OPEX, if my memory is right. Maybe just like a repeat of last year? I don't know about that. Yep, that's dead. Cool. Yeah, free money. I'll get back to watching my other stocks. That's dinner. It did have weeklies. I just bought them. So was that scalping? Yeah. I bought contracts at 5. I sold them at 80. It's great. .5, 0.8. But still. Thanks. I made $5 on Weber. Congratulations. What are your strikes for SPY put Septembers? Wait, what? SPY put September. Oh, 420, 415. The majority of them. I have some at 425. Not a lot. I should probably get more. Well, I should have gotten more at 425 when I had the chance. How'd you lose money on that? I don't want to know. I looked at it. I wasn't very interested in it, Chob. About a September 15 call? Like, I just, like, went and looked at it. It went up. And then I left. And then people were like, I lost money. All it did was go up. It went up and then stayed flat. It's too late now. Chill. It's tanking. I said it was done. That's scalping, right? Like, you guys are always like asking me, oh, how do you scalp? That was it. Since Fubo's in 44 ETFs, can we expect it to follow OPEX cycles for CCs and CSVs? Yeah, it did last year. Very, very, very much in line with GameStop and the rest of them. Fubo, if you remember, was like one of the super over shorted stocks going into like the January price action. It wasn't as high as the rest of them, but it was very high. But if interest in it picks back up again, yeah, especially with IV being high on it now, it'll attract volatility sellers. Do a play-by-play because Weber just scalped me for $65. I bought Weber. I bought it and then I sold it. I was like, I even said, oh, that's done. Hey, Bobby's breaking back above VWAP. Super cool. You paid for your next Weber grill. Did I? I made $300. Right? 10 calls? Yeah. Probably not even 300. Because of fees. That was it. That's the whole School of Stock scalping video. Something's running and you go and you buy some and you sell it. Clip. Furiously takes notes. Made 65 on puts, bought at the top. Nice. Yeah, you can flip it, the position. I don't know if I would have played puts at the top. Like, it's going to pull back, but it could stabilize. It's a little riskier. Why would you buy Bobby 819 43 Cs? I don't want to know. Thomas, you should probably research those before you buy any of them, right? Instead of just asking me, some random person on YouTube, what you should buy, you should probably make that decision for yourself. Guess on the price action of GME through Monday. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. There's no exposure carryover into tomorrow. It keeps slipping the gamma flip, which is going to probably move down. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. If you're looking for price improvement, maybe a few more percent tomorrow. We'll see. You're not just anybody. You're a highly esteemed YouTuber. You mentioned Weber began doing a fundamental analysis on the value of the stock. I'll reach an investment decision in 2 weeks. Perfect. Tomorrow's not Opex. Why would I buy weeklies for tomorrow for Opex? The settlement's next week. Rev's still scalloping. Does this imply ups after Sinus? I mean, it could easily just mean nothing, right? It could just be like everything's covered now. Small dip into a run into close. I don't know. I like it. I like what's happening here. I think they're just trying to like get rid of FTDs as much as they can without running it too hard. That's pretty obvious. I don't really even need to say that, right? My gut says we will drop far enough to overcome decay, but I haven't done that enough times to project what decay will be. Go use an options calculator. This is much less downward pressure than I would have wanted to see for Opex. But, you know, the week's not over yet. Still holding spy puts? Yep. Hey, do you think they're just getting rid of FTDs without running it too hard, or is that pretty obvious? It seems pretty obvious. What's your opinion on VIX calls? I have them. I don't know if I could have much more of an opinion than that. So about 7K BBBY calls at the money for tomorrow. Nice. Could be anything, right? I think Ivy is too high to buy Bobby options now. It's a bit much. Burry talking himself into being early for a play was probably so much easier when a bunch of people that believed in critical margin weren't also in the same play. I feel dumb today. It's all right. If I sell the house, I get everything. What would be the right way to play weeklies for GME next week? By 20% in the money to minimize theta loss? I mean, even if you're only a little, even if you're like 5% in the money, you'll minimize theta loss. Not my favorite way of playing Opex, though. If the price slips, you're fucked. What do you think about FUD articles and after hours on Bobby? I just, like, I don't care. I don't know. It's standard. How do you think the conversation goes and the funds being short rev, for example, before they cover? What's required? I'm sure like FTDs are covered with an algorithm. They just cover. Technically, no, because I haven't signed all the paperwork yet. And now I feel sick and I want to go down there today, so. I think the house is empty. Remember when they said AMC went up because Top Gun had a good weekend at the box office? Yeah. That was funny shit. So the 15cc on AMC tomorrow. Think I'll get assigned? I mean, I hope you do, right? That's what you want. Yeah, we can anticipate a price dip into next week. Unless it runs super hard for Opex and generates a bunch of exposure. Of course, Gaff shows up right before Cenas closes. Yep. He's got to make his money. He's got mouths to feed. That's on selling a bunch of 2.2, 0.3 delta CSPs into Opex on Bobby. That confident in a run, are you? Are you playing Snap? No. Phew. Thank you. I can't stop buying SPY puts. Help. Me either. It's problematic. But what's the worst thing that happens? I end up poor? It's alright. I've been poor before. I think. What percent of your port is in SPY puts? Not a lot. It's like 6% now, I think. Close. If I count like the SPXS calls, it's like 6%. Is scalping a sustainable way to trade options? As long as you yeah, but like, so it has a high success rate, but very low profitability. So it's a lot of work for not so much money. I hope people understand how hard your SPY hedge printed when they ask you about your puts. They don't, but it's okay. They just assume I'm like super underwater on them. Either because they're also super underwater on them or because they're bullish on the SPY. People get like really emotionally attached to the stocks they buy, right? And so they get like angry at people that aren't taking the same position as them. Which, if you're truly confident in your play, you wouldn't care, right? Like, I don't give a fuck if someone wants to come and short Revlon. Gun it. Bring it on. BBBY? Sure. Short the fuck out of it. It's unusual for SLD to wait till Friday. Yeah, it is. What about SST? I mean, I made money on SST. And everyone knew it was gonna fucking dilute at some point. Like the rug pull, it wasn't a question of if it got rug pulled, it was a question of when it got rug pulled. It's running today. Yeah, it is, isn't it? One of these days you're gonna be, you know, a long-term investor. Maybe it'll just like pop for Opex with a bunch of leftover obligations and you'll fucking kill it. I hope you do, Sean McDanry. I hope you do. What makes you so confident in Rev? Because it's failing like crazy. Here's something I think a lot of people miss. That like everyone can have the same thesis, same price targets, everything, right? Same level of participation, so same like capital. And the outcomes will vary wildly. Some will win, some will lose, some will break even. The funny thing with SSC is MM rugged the stock on the effect notice. Yeah, I know. I remember. Didn't you file like a report on that, Dunkston, to the SEC? It did. The SEC gave me the thank you for this notice and haven't responded since. Beautiful. When is Marty fixing the timeline so you can stop fading away? I don't know. I know. I know Dave Johnson. It's just funny to see people make assumptions behind about the profitability of my positions, though, is more what I was commenting on. Like, I know how to manage positions. Like, you know, if something starts moving against my puts, I can buy calls. If it starts trading flat, I can strangle it. Like, you can flip your position, collar it, and then reverse it. Like, there's a million ways out of a losing scenario. It's just knowing what to do and when. I think the biggest problem is a lot of people don't want to take the time to learn that. And it's understandable. The market incentivizes greed. Scalp MEGL? I guess if you want to. I don't want to. Read options is a strategic investment. Jess XO. My big challenge is that I have to pretend to work while the market's open. So you need to develop a trading style, or you need to position yourself in a way that you're not affected by the fact that you're at work. You need to play like longer term, higher confidence plays where you have plenty of time to make your exit. But those aren't as fun. No, but it's not about fun, right? It's about making money. Or just trade crypto so you can play all night long. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that with futures too. Not that there's any fucking liquidity in the after hours market right now, but do you have any GameStop calls? Not right now, no. I'm gonna report you to FUNRA. BBBY only traded 1.5 floats so far. What is this? Floats for ants? Yeah, just remember that while they're doing that and the stock's trading down and sideways, they're clearing obligations. That's how you end up with trailers filled with eggs. I'll pass on the farm startups. No, I don't have a spy hedge right now. Tuum and Party. I've looked at both of those. Party's been primed for a short squeeze forever. It's just no one's buying it, right? And it only moves seasonally. NASDAQ 100? Yeah, why? Why are you transparent? Because I want to be. I'll be right back. All right. GME tried to do a little thing. No, I'm here. Still here. You just can't see me. Without the FUD yesterday, we'd probably still be sitting around the $25 mark. Probably. No, I didn't even check my fever. I mean, Bobby's run on Opex periods in the past. I don't see why not. Hmm. SLD postponed? That's not how SLD works. It either happens or the effect is so negligible it's unnoticeable, right? More downs for Bobby tomorrow based on today's price action? Probably. The NDP is nothing like Revlon. People keep their weekly SPY puts open for tomorrow? I don't know. Who bought weekly SPY puts? I had some this morning, but I sold them because they were up. They were not weekly when I bought them. Then you should have rolled them or sold them. Sometimes you gotta take the loss right on the nose. I told you I rolled mine down and out by 2 whole days. You have a vid about OPEX or NOPEX this week, next week? No. We don't have sufficient, like, negative gamma or, like, negative hedging, right? For us to have at least violent price action driven by options. We may still see covering occur, but it won't be like March, right? How far out on a contract does theta start to hurt bad? 1 month, 2 weeks, 20 days usually. Like 30 to 20 days, it starts to get rough. Because the puts are closed on Opex. And so the market maker deleverages the following week. Some instances of us going into OPEXs with high obligations, but no negative delta are like June and November. June 2022, November 2021. So we have a big negative delta hedge and a big drop into OPEX. And the market maker has all this negative delta, right? Then on OPEX that flips. And that accelerates upward price movement. But if you go into OPEX up, all there is covering, right? So it just goes up a little more. I don't stay hyped on anything for very long. Hmm. So these are the OPEX covering dates. So we're going in with a little, but the hedge right now is kind of just here, right? So it's even. What we'd want to see is like a hard drop below that in order to have some rebound for OPEX. Isn't the BBBY announcement tomorrow? August 19th? I don't think so. Is it? I don't know how to find out who bought all those puts. Thoughts on further SPY puts? I think if it starts to move, I might get more, but otherwise, no. Will you shave your beard off if Rev hits 30? No? Why would I do that? What incentive? Because of you, I'm only going to buy before green candles and get out before red ones. It's easier said than done. If Rev hits 40, will you punch an old lady? This line of questioning is absurd. I'm going to order a pizza and a soup. Maybe just a soup. Oh, wait, I have ramen in my fridge. I don't think there's any place around here that sells deep dish pizza. Just near me, Jen. There's places that have deep dish pizza in New York. There's just not a lot of them near me. I could get like Detroit style pizza, but that place isn't very good. I think there's a couple places uptown that have deep dish pizza. I wouldn't eat it anyway. It's fucking disgusting, but
If it's 100 next week, will you eat pineapple pizza? No, not Hawaiian, but literally a wedge of pineapple with cheese on it. Ew. No. If someone gave me $1 million, I would do it. Otherwise, no. That's my price for eating a slice of like pineapple with cheese on it. Considering you have an uni, how frequently do you make your own pizza versus buy? Not very often. I used to be like more into doing that, but with the stream I'm usually too busy. Also they have my like roof closed now. So I used to have to like I'd take the oven up to the roof and use it, but they're installing the swimming pool, so it's all like closed off. I just gotta have an hour and a half long meeting, and my spy puts are getting murdered. Can you catch me up on if anything has happened? And also, is there a PT for GME that makes you bullish on Opex again? We'll see. If it goes below like 34, a little bit more bullish. There's no like shorting, right? Like that's the problem. Nothing bad has ever happened when putting a pool on the roof of a 100-year-old apartment building. I think it's like 80 years old, but yeah. Nothing bad could ever happen. Pigeon Whale chat challenge accepted. Wait, what? Are we still in a downward trend with SPY? Does it have to break 430 to change that? Um, yeah. I mean, it's probably gonna peak here. Yeah, it would really have to break back above 430 again to continue this uptrend. And it kind of already broke through the uptrend. The uptrend was here. It already failed, right? So it's a question of if it's going to stabilize here or continue to fail. It's just doing everything in slow motion. SPY volume in the last 5 years, 34.85 million on 11/11/21, 38.7 million 8/24/21. That's exciting. Today, 34.44. Revlon finished doing its thing, right? Yeah. Al pastor on pizza is quite lovely. Would that satisfy your pineapple a bit? No. And I wouldn't eat that. That sounds terrible. Yes, I saw your message, Stefan. Except the difference is for ENTP, I can't find any discernible value at all. I'm glad it went up. It seemed like it was going to with the institutional buying. How do you play Rev Jan 35s? Just buy them when the price is low and sell them when it runs? You could do that, yeah. Fubo, what doing? It looks like it's going down. That is cynical. I don't think it's that cynical. I just don't want to... Like, I wouldn't eat carne asada on a pizza either. It's not lowish profit margins. It's atrocious profit margins. They don't own any proprietary, like, IP. All the drugs they've put to market have failed. Like, the only value they really have is in their, like their, like, laboratory facilities, which is minimal. Or in, like, you know, some sort of manufacturing rights for Ireland. Yeah, APDN's gonna run a bit. Not really my cup of tea, but they used to be worth a lot more. Might hit like $10 again. It actually doesn't look terrible. Hey, Bobby's doing an up. Finally, some volume. Spy doing it up? Spy's doing it down. Ooh. Hmm. Play the song. It didn't even go up a fucking dollar. All right, fine, but only think because I think playing the song is gonna make us break 19.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
Subbing whiny losers, buying puts and putting out negative title to press is no different than buying calls and making Reddit moon posts. It's true. Well, I did my best, all right, man? Vupsong killed the run. You asked for it. I hope you feel better soon. Thanks for showing up anyway. I'm thankful for the BBBY action. Help me practice how to manage booking profits via CCs and not getting cucked in high volatility. Congratulations, baby whale nuke. Here comes the Gex from the Pickle song. What would you be rooting for on futures, oils, yields, etc.? This might open a few dollars lower tomorrow. I'd like to see ES minis drop by like 200 BPS. I'd like to see oil and Dixie continue to climb. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, my fever's still at 102. It hasn't gone down at all. Yeah, I'm staying mostly hydrated. Oh, I forgot to order my soup. Do bearish news stories directly impact algos? Generally, like, news stuff will impact hedging. What do I want? The pizza place I like is closed. Opex tomorrow, I mean, for SPY price action? It's usually just kind of volatile. Gherk, have you ever had a double pipe classic? AKA when you're blessed with both a burp and a fart at the same time. No, but I've sneeze farted before. I've coughed. I've coughed shitted. Congratulations, Ivad. Snarting? Hmm. Oh. How the fuck am I doing this? You may hate me for this, but I think I may have found your dad. Probably. He's dead. It's gonna be hard to find. Well, actually, no. It's probably could always be in the same place, actually. We assumed your father. You bastards. Whatever happened to Cough Burp? Still around sometimes, I think. I could have been doing it wrapped in a quilt. I could have just stayed in bed all day. I mean, what did I really do today? I made like $1,000 and lost it all on Fubo. No, go look them up yourself, Anonymous. Go to the SEC website and look them up, and then add 35 days to them. Calendar days. I fucking took ibuprofen and Tylenol together, Trina. I know what I'm doing. I drank half a bottle of Dayquil and I took 3 ibuprofen. David El Cinco? He still watches. He's just not, like, in the chat much anymore. Every time I bring him up, though, he, like, pops up and he's like, hey, I'm here. Or Dave of the Pores reaches out to him. The FTD volume for any given day, the fails from trading 35 calendar days earlier. Now. Ding ding. Wait, no, it's not over. Son of a bitch. Why? Is the SPY crashing still? I don't feel like it's asking for a lot for it to dip back to 400 real quick. It doesn't need to stay there. Just acknowledge, I'm not ignoring you. Just acknowledge the failure of our economy for one day. Piece of shit. Holy Spioli. Tick. All right, so normally I'd go and talk a lot about what happened today. But nothing happened today. GameStop dropped, which is good. We didn't fall below, the gamma flip point. We're close, but we didn't fall below it, which is not particularly good for next week. SPY dropped into close, but the higher highs throughout the day, I'm not a big fan of. We'll see if this is the failure point for that. Let's see. Bobby traded a shitload of volume today, but really didn't do much. Where did it go? Why can't I find it? Okay, there it is. Yeah, didn't really do much. Closed the day down about 20%. Still below that $20 threshold. There's not going to be any relevant gamma exposure going into tomorrow. There will be maybe some fails from yesterday, but I doubt even that will be realized. So yeah, tomorrow probably still kind of flat, stagnant, maybe some more downside. Hopefully not much more. We did seem to hold the $16 line very well. And as soon as we bounced off that, we never dropped that low again throughout the rest of the day. So that's good. And then Revlon probably performing the best out of everything today. Double topped at around 875. Closed out the day at 833. So a little bit down, but not as much as the rest of the basket. Yeah, that's about it. I'm sick as fuck, and I will see you all tomorrow morning if I wake up. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, Fluffy. That'll help. Bye, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.